This is a symbol of warning for the government, so they have to look at their people. When Indonesian mural artist Emas Muhammad said to CNN, he wasn't talking about Molotov cocktails, rifles, or even banners stitched with nationalist slogans. He was talking about a skull and crossbones flag from the Japanese anime One Piece, which in Indonesia has become a rallying cry for protesters who recently took to the streets angry at the exorbitant perks that members of parliament were receiving. And it's not just in Indonesia. All over the world, young people are flying this flag as a symbol of defiance. In Kathmandu, Nepalese Gen Z overthrew a corrupt government and burned down the parliament with the One Piece skull flying overhead. And even in Manila, the flag has been raised during recent anti-corruption protests. So how did this flag transform from a cartoon emblem into an international shorthand for we don't trust the elites, we don't trust the system, and we're ready to chart our own course? And perhaps more importantly, where's it going to be flown next? Okay, now this is a question that we never thought we'd be asking on this channel. Honestly, we figured we'd save this one for Weeb Fronts or something, our totally real spin-off channel where we analyze anime in the same way we usually analyze geopolitics. You're welcome. You know, the sort of Naruto's foreign policy failures was last week's peace conference, a JoJo reference, that sort of thing. But since a cartoon skull and crossbones flag is suddenly the summer's hottest protest accessory, we think it's necessary to explain what One Piece is for those of you who are not familiar. Wilfred wrote this. I've heard of One Piece, but I don't know what One Piece is. I don't think I've ever seen anime in my life. I'm sorry. At its core, One Piece is a story about a ragtag crew of pirates called the Straw Hat Pirates, led by an eternally optimistic captain, Monkey D. Luffy. And when we say ragtag, we mean it. Luffy's crew has a reindeer doctor who can transform into a human-animal hybrid, a skeleton who uses music as a weapon, and a swordsman who often fights with 3 swords, 2 in his hands and 1 in his mouth. This is bizarre. Luffy's goal is straightforward. Sail the seas, gather a loyal band of friends, and eventually find the mythical treasure known as the One Piece, which will make him king of the pirates. But behind that straightforward premise is a sprawling epic that has been running since 1997. This is some Simpson shit right here. And has become one of the most popular pieces of fiction ever. It has spawned a global generation of fans and has a cultural footprint large enough to rival Western works like Harry Potter or Star Wars. While that may make it sound like an exceptionally popular but run-of-the-mill anime, One Piece has always aspired to tell a deeper story. Luffy and his friends often sail from island to island, liberating inhabitants from their tyrannical rulers. And that's not just on individual islands. Luffy is also fighting against the world government, the overreaching antagonists in the series. On paper, the government exists to maintain peace. In reality, however, it's an authoritarian superstructure that censors history, crushes dissent, and shields the grotesquely wealthy nobility known as the Celestial Dragons from public anger. These dragons live in floating palaces, treat ordinary citizens as disposable, and see slavery as their birthright. And you might be seeing how this might strike a chord with angry youth trapped in countries like Nepal or Indonesia, with high unemployment, low wages, and an elite who openly, and in the case of Indonesian MP Ahmad Saroni, call protesters against their rule the dumbest people on earth. Not that it's only One Piece's overshadowing story that touches a nerve with protesters, there's also the way Luffy deals with his fictional world's craven elite. In one of the show's most enduring scenes, Luffy encounters a celestial dragon, said Sharlos, at a slave auction where Sharlos is attempting to buy and enslave a mermaid, Cammy. When one of Luffy's allies, the fishman Hatchin, tries to intervene, Sharlos casually shoots him without a second thought, and everyone freezes in fear, demonstrating just how powerful the dragons are. But rather than cower like everyone else, Luffy simply punches Sharlos. And there are consequences. Attacking a celestial dragon brings the full weight of the world government crashing down on Luffy and his crew. Admirals, the military's most powerful weapons, are dispatched to hunt them down. The Straw Hats are scattered across the world, separated for 2 years, but the punch reverberates far beyond its immediate aftermath. We don't need to tell you why this scene is so electric, how it shows someone willing to strike back against untouchable power, consequences be damned. For Mateja Kovacic, Associate Professor of Asian Studies at Yonsei University in South Korea, this is why One Piece has become an enduring symbol among protesters. Speaking to New Lines magazine, he said, "They are fighting against the powerful on behalf of the weak." That's what made One Piece popular among Hong Kong protesters too. On the one hand, there's this systemic abuse of power by the elites, and on the other, a group of misfits brought together by the idea of following their own moral compass. And that idea of a group of misfits banding together is another key reason why One Piece is connecting with young protesters across the world. The Straw Hat Pirates don't have a rigid hierarchy and operate more as a gathering of equals than anything else. This mirrors how modern protest movements actually function. Young protesters have largely rejected traditional hierarchical structures in favor of distributed networks where individuals bring their unique skills to a shared cause. Artists create posters, influencers mobilize their supporters, and coders build apps to track government action. Hence why the Straw Hats flag continues to resonate with protesters worldwide. Young people standing up against injustice through decentralized, leaderless systems see themselves in Luffy and his crew. But understanding why One Piece resonates with protesters, that's only half the story. The more interesting question is how a Japanese pirate manga went from pixels on screens to flags flying over burning streets. The Straw Hats flag has appeared sporadically in protests around the world, but its first widespread use was in Indonesia. Surprisingly, it didn't begin with students storming parliament or activists calling for democracy. It began with truck drivers. Every year, in the lead up to Indonesia's Independence Day on August the 17th, truck drivers fly the country's flag as a routine display of patriotism, the red and white waving proudly as they traverse the nation. But this year, something changed. Truck drivers around the country began flying the One Piece flag, either in place of or alongside the Indonesian flag, as a protest against the increasingly difficult economic conditions. Rahmat, a local truck driver, told the weekly Indonesian outlet Tempo that he and his colleagues had adopted the flag as a peaceful way to demonstrate. Quoting him here, "This is purely an expression of aspiration. The hope is that the government not only listens, but also provides solutions. Don't let the lower income population continue to be oppressed." The truckers weren't just protesting the country's declining economy. They were also mad at a new ODOL policy introduced by the government. ODOL, meaning over-dimension overloading, refers to vehicles that have been modified to carry a load heavier than what they were initially meant to. According to the Indonesian government, ODOL increases the risk of accidents and the amount that the state spends on road repairs. The Indonesian Ministry of Public Works and People's Housing estimates that the state has spent more than 43 trillion Indonesian rupees repairing roads damaged by ODOL trucks. The drivers, on the other hand, often feel they have no choice but to exceed legal weight limits because cargo owners have come to expect it as a standard service. Gemilang Taragan, chairman of the Indonesian Trucking Entrepreneurs Association, told local outlet Berat Satu, and we'll quote him here, "If we tell clients our truck can only carry 10 tons, we get no jobs because others can haul 25 tons and beat us." End quote. The flag quickly spread among Indonesia's trucking community, as chronicled by the Instagram account HKPro78. And soon enough, the flag was all over the country, not just on trucks. Artists like Imas Muhammad painted the straw hat skull in graffiti across the walls of cities. Motorbikes drove past with flags tied to their rear racks, and boats along Indonesia's coasts began raising it on their masts, mirroring the straw hats. The governments, on their part, saw the One Piece flags not as an attempt by a desperate public to communicate with their leaders, but as an affront to the nation. Sufmi Dasko Ahmad, the nation's deputy House Speaker, called it a coordinated attempt to undermine national unity and divide the nation, while another lawmaker even suggested it could be treason. This reaction, according to regional observer Farhan Rizkwala, gave power to the symbol. On the publishing platform Medium, he wrote, quote, "By treating a cartoon flag as a threat to national security, they have inadvertently validated the entire premise of the protest. They have shown that the dream of Monkey D. Luffy, the simple, unwavering desire to be free, is one thing they truly fear." On the 25th of August, this long-simmering anger against the government culminated in the protests that we alluded to at the start of this piece, against the exorbitant perks that members of parliament were receiving. And the Straw Hats flag was at the center of it. From Indonesia, the flag went international, appearing next in Nepal among Gen Z protesters, then in the Philippines. It even crossed oceans into France, where protesters angry at the government's planned spending cuts were spotted not just carrying the flag, but also wearing straw hats. To be clear, the impact and extent of these protests has varied wildly. In Nepal, they overthrew the government. In Indonesia, they led to the firing of ministers and major policy changes. In France, they so far have only managed to demonstrate, once again, how locally unpopular Macron is. Still, the use of the flags across these protests underscores a key point. The protesters are from the same generation, have the same or very similar frustrations with their governments, and share a feeling that traditional political channels have failed them. However, even with these similarities, the flag bends, as all symbols do, to reflect the unique experiences of the people waving it. The Straw Hats flag isn't the first anime symbol used to advance a political cause. In 2019, during protests in Chile against austerity, protesters carried signs referencing the same anime that we did at the start, Naruto, as well as other anime such as Attack on Titan. One protester went viral for dressing up as Pikachu, a beloved character from the Pokemon anime, and standing firm in the face of water cannons and pepper spray from the government. Her act of cosplay defiance turned into something bigger, as she would eventually be elected to Chile's Constitutional Convention, the body in charge of drafting a new constitution for the country. In Thailand, protesters sang a politically charged parody of the Hamtaro theme song as they demanded the dissolution of parliament. Anime figures also made an appearance in Hong Kong during the anti-extradition bill movement. There, the protesters made reference to a wide variety of anime, from classics such as Doraemon to modern mega-hits like Demon Slayer. So, why is anime such an enduring part of protest culture? Well, according to Matt Holt, author of Pure Invention: How Japan's Pop Culture Conquered the World, it's because anime is often rooted in themes such as freedom of expression. Speaking to New Lines magazine, he said, "Their stories tend to be gleefully distrustful of authority, advocating free thinking and self-actualization, featuring wildly diverse casts, and taking great joy in empowering the weak, the outsiders, the weirdos, the people who don't fit in." The heroic themes and acts in anime often cause their fans to develop parasocial bonds with the characters that influence their personality and behavior. And it's not just anime. Protesters have long used other media as a source for symbols. Consider the Guy Fawkes mask, originally worn by children in 17th century England as a reference to the Gunpowder Plot, which was an attempt to blow up the House of Lords. It was resurrected by Alan Moore's V for Vendetta comic and the film adaptation, and became a rallying cry for Anonymous and Occupy Wall Street. Or the song Bella Ciao, originally an anti-Nazi and anti-fascist Italian folk song, it became a pop culture sensation after the Netflix hit Money Heist used it as an anthem and was used in protests across the world, including in the US by pro-choice activists. Even Labubu's, the viral doll sensation created by Hong Kong illustrator Kei Sing Lung, have appeared at anti-ICE demonstrations in Los Angeles. Such symbols are powerful because they compress complexity into something visceral. They don't require manifestos or party platforms, and in an age when images travel faster than policy papers, symbolism can outpace ideology. There's also the meme factor. Modern protest movements thrive on virality, and something as simple as a lady in a Pikachu costume facing down water cannons can net more eyeballs and generate more sympathy than any statement from a political party. So with all that in mind, what's next for the One Piece flag? Now, if history tells us anything, it's that symbols do not stay put. They migrate, they morph, and sometimes they fade away, only to return in unexpected ways. The Guy Fawkes mask went from Alan Moore's comic pages to the streets of London and New York. Bella Ciao traveled from anti-fascist partisans in Italy to TikTok remixers in the United States. The One Piece flag is now on the same trajectory. It has traveled from the pages drawn by Eiichiro Oda to the streets of Kathmandu, Jakarta, and Paris. Anywhere with the same ingredients as Indonesia and Nepal, a massive youth population that doesn't have enough jobs or opportunities to succeed, or a country where the elite feel like they are above the ordinary people, or anywhere where the government feels like they can control the internet like a light switch. That is a lot of countries, and as the summer of 2025 has proven, they can be anywhere from Asia to sub-Saharan Africa and even Europe. In Africa, our instinct tells us that Nigeria is a good candidate to be next. The country's unemployment rate is officially at 4.3%, but according to journalist Dwayne Mabachu, this doesn't tell the full story. Chronic unemployment and lack of wages are still a significant issue for the youth, who constantly express their dissatisfaction with the government on the internet. In Asia, Bangladesh, recently a victim of protests that toppled the government of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, might be next. While the previous protests quelled much of the people's anger, the country is still in crisis. GDP growth is forecasted to fall to a 36-year low. Private investment has plummeted, inflation remains stubbornly high, and the national debt is mounting at an unsustainable rate. these are all ingredients for a potent street movement, and in Europe, the protests we saw in France could potentially be mirrored in Spain, where, according to Trading Economics, the unemployment rate rose to 11.36% in the first quarter of 2025, and the people recently took to the streets accusing the government of Socialist Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez of corruption. Of course, these are all just predictions. We don't have a crystal ball, and it's entirely possible that none of the three nations we highlighted will see the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates flying above their streets. But the broader point is that these protests are unlikely to be contained to Nepal and Indonesia. So the real answer to what's next isn't a single country or a single protest, but rather the whole world as a younger generation pissed off by a lack of opportunity and accountability as it sets to redefine the people's relationship with the government. An act we're sure that Luffy himself would approve of. Thank you for watching. We're here to protest because our youth and friends are being killed. We are here to see that justice is done and the present regime.
We have some breaking news to bring you.
Wasn't it Indonesia that banned it? Something like that. How far are you, Kellogg?
Here's the year the stars fell. The year of Minnie Buffalo. The year of whooping cough.
In Xiamen, China, in the winter of 1954, air raid sirens are sounded all over the city. People scramble for cover as artillery shells are being fired in the distance. The People's Republic of China is bombarding the nearby Kinmen Islands in an attempt to take over control from the anti-communist Chinese. But troops on the islands fire back. Soon, artillery shells are raining down on both sides. Back in Xiamen, inside one of these shelters is 21-year-old Chen Jingran. As others are fidgeting, impatiently waiting for the explosions to stop, Chen is reading pages from a math book. Because he's on a mission to solve one of the oldest problems in math.
A child can understand the statement, but the greatest geniuses in mathematical history have not been able to solve it.
In the year 2000, a publishing house even offered a $1 million prize to anyone who could solve the problem. But for nearly 300 years, everyone who has tried has failed. So the problem is this. Can every even number greater than 2 be written as the sum of 2 primes?
So that's the problem. So we can do some examples. We can say, for example, 6. That's an even integer. So can we write it as the sum of 2 primes? So those are numbers that only divide by themselves and by 1. So for 6, it's just 3 plus 3. And we can do more and more numbers. So 10, for example, would be 5 plus 5. But also 7 plus 3. There's one I want to do, one extra, which is your favorite number?
42.
42. What makes it up?
37 and 5.
37, yeah. But there's also a sort of nicer, more methodical way of writing this out, and it will help us build some intuition.
We'll start by drawing 2 diagonal lines.
I'm building like a pyramid of prime numbers.
All right.
So we're going to start at the top. We're going to write down 2. Then we'll write down 3, 5, and this is going to be a good test of how well I know my primes.
Then we'll do the same on the other side.
Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to draw a line from each prime. Can you see where this is going?
And where they cross is every sum?
Yeah. Now I can start adding them. So we get 2 plus 2.
4.
4. 3 plus 3.
6.
6. You can see we're starting to get all these numbers. The main point here is just, as you go down, not only do you see all the even numbers appear, but they also seem to appear more frequently. And it seems like it should always happen. And of course, the conjecture is that it does always happen. And that's known as the Goldbach's conjecture.
Chen's obsession with the conjecture goes back to his high school years, when his teacher stood in front of the class telling the students all about the sciences and said, "Mathematics is the queen of the sciences. Number theory is the queen's crown. And the Goldbach conjecture is the pearl on the crown."
Shortly after, the teacher said, well, perhaps one day, one of you kids will solve it. And then the whole class burst out laughing. Everyone, except for Chen Jingran. He later said, I did not laugh. I did not dare to laugh. I was worried my classmates would know my vision. But I never forgot this lesson, to always remember the pearl on the crown, and to never forget my aspirations or ideals.
And now, as air raid alarms are ringing, he's maintained his vision. He's working on his math, trying to solve Goldbach's conjecture.
And then it's like, well, who the hell is Goldbach? Do you know Goldbach?
I know nothing about Goldbach.
Christian Goldbach is a little-known Prussian mathematician who grew up in the early 1700s. At first, he mostly studied medicine and law, only occasionally dabbling in mathematics. But then, in 1710, at the age of 20, he set off on a 14-year and over 4,000-kilometer-long journey to meet some of the greatest mathematicians alive. In Leipzig, he met with Gottfried Leibniz, the co-inventor of calculus. And in London, he met with both Nicolaus Bernoulli and perhaps the greatest mathematician of all time, Sir Isaac Newton. He then finished his trip around Europe before ultimately settling down in Russia at the newly formed St. Petersburg Academy of Sciences, where in 1727 he met his most important connection, a 20-year-old math prodigy.
Can you guess who?
Leonard Euler?
Leonard Euler.
The two quickly became friends, bonding over a shared obsession with number theory. Then, in 1729, Goldbach moved to Moscow, but the two stayed in touch, writing letters to each other for the next 35 years, literally until Goldbach died. It was in one of these letters on the 7th of June, 1742, where Goldbach scribbled a line in the margin. It was not the exact form of the conjecture which now bears his name, but something related. It seems that every integer greater than 2 can be written as the sum of 3 primes. Euler was intrigued by the proposition, but he thought the idea could be refined further. It made sense to him that odd numbers might need 3 numbers to add together to make them, but then he turned his attention to even numbers, and he thought, well, with even numbers, perhaps just 2 prime numbers would be enough to sum to give you every even number. In fact, as Euler wrote in his letter, this is how Goldbach originally framed the problem in person. So Euler reformulated Goldbach's idea into 2 separate conjectures. The first dealt with odd numbers and said, every odd number greater than 5 can be written as the sum of 3 primes. This became known as the weak Goldbach conjecture. And the second dealt with even numbers. It said, every even number greater than 2 can be written as the sum of 2 primes. This became known as the strong Goldbach conjecture. They get their names strong and weak conjecture because if you have the strong conjecture, then you've shown that every even number greater than 2 can be written as the sum of just 2 primes. And then you can add 3 to each of those sums to get all of the odd numbers. So if you can prove the strong conjecture, you get the weak one for free. But the reverse is not true. If you can prove the weak conjecture, you still don't get the strong one. Now, after Euler reformulated these conjectures, he was so confident they were true that he wrote, I regard this as a completely certain theorem, although I cannot prove it.
And he couldn't, And for the next 150 years, almost no progress is made.
That is, until in 1900, German mathematician David Hilbert addressed the International Congress of Mathematicians in Paris. And there, he listed 23 of the most important problems for the 20th century. Number 8 on that list was all about prime numbers, including Goldbach's conjecture.
Goldbach's conjecture was back on the radar. Only now, mathematicians started to look at the problem differently.
Let's take a look at our pyramid again. One thing to notice is that this pyramid is symmetrical. When 2 primes add to make an even number on the right side, those same 2 primes make an even number on the left side. So to avoid double counting, we can look only at the right side of this center line. And what we find is that for very small even numbers like 4, 6, or 8, well, there's only one way to write them as the sum of 2 primes. But for larger numbers like 20, well, now there are multiple different ways to write it as the sum of 2 primes. And the further down you go, the more combinations you find.
So mathematicians started asking a new question, not just whether every even number can be written as the sum of 2 primes, but in how many different ways it can be done.
Let's call that number h of n. For example, h of 4 is 1, because you can only write 4 as the sum of primes 2 plus 2. H of 20 is 2, because that is 3 plus 17 and 7 plus 13. H of 42 is 4, and so on. Now, so far, we're just counting up what the value of h should be. But in 1923, 2 English mathematicians, G.H. Hardy and John Littlewood, tried to come up with a function that would estimate h of n. To do it, they relied on one of the most important results from number theory, the prime number theorem. This tells you that, on average, a large number in the neighborhood of n has about 1 over the natural logarithm of n chance of being prime. So here's a crude version of what Hardy and Littlewood did. They imagined this large even number and they set it equal to 2n. So you could split it right down the middle at n. Now they considered a pair of numbers a and b that together add up to 2n, where a is smaller than n and b is larger. They both must differ from n by the same amount, let's call it c. Now, according to the prime number theorem, the chance that a is prime is 1 over the natural logarithm of n minus c, and the chance that b is prime is 1 over the natural.
What's in your heart? What's left to give? when everything's broken, chasing the wind. Under those scars, there's a lion within. Stay in the moment, and history lasts because you wrote it. Make your whole life was a sacrifice. Every scream you cry was the blood you've given to bathe in the floodlights. Would you sacrifice it all till we know your name? Fable the ground below your feet, the heroes you worship and legends you read. There's only one step below eternity, a history to last because you wrote it. Make your whole life was a sacrifice. Every scream they cry was the blood you've given to bathe in the floodlights. Would you sacrifice it all till we know your name? Would you sacrifice it all? Would you sacrifice it all? on for as long as I can. For the ones that I had to defend. I've been strong every day of my life. If she wants, death could take me this time. This world is a wasteland where nothing can grow. I used to have strength, but I ran out of hope. I know it's my fault that I'm here all alone. This world is a wasteland. Please let me go, 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 go. If I could just lay my head down and rest. If there was nothing to fight or protect, maybe then I could finally be free. Maybe death is like falling asleep. This world is a wasteland where nothing can grow. I used to have strength, but I ran out of hope. I know it's my fault that I'm here all alone. This world is a wasteland. I'm not ready to face it. Don't go saying goodbye. There's a beauty in changes, and I wanna try. This world is a wasteland where nothing can grow. If it weren't for you, I'd be here all alone. I know in my heart this is where we belong. This world is a wasteland. Don't let me go, 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 go. Don't let me go. As you wake up in a cold sweat, little girl, what goes on in your head? All this hatred in your heart, yeah. I mourn the most for all the things I never said. Don't make me go through this again. You're not real and I can't pretend. This story is over. I ripped out the end. Tell me, who are you then? What has they done to us? What have they done to us? What have they done to us? What have they done to us? Save this memory for when we can say goodbye. Little girl, I won't see you again. Bury your scars, deep as you can. Let the tears on my face wash the blood from your hands. Little one, don't make me go through this again. You're not real and I can't pretend. This story was over. I ripped out the end. Tell me,
My body's on the line now. I can't fight this time now. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over if I cross the line?
Yo, what up?
But I'd rather you not be here for what could be my final form. Stay your pretty eyes on course. Keep the memories of who I was.
Hello, my name is Nick Awajian. I'm a game designer at That Game Company, and today I'm going to talk to you all about cognitive maps and how to prevent your players
cooking?
getting
Yes.
lost in your levels. So as I said, I'm a game designer at That Game Company, but before I was a game designer, I was actually in architecture. And so a lot of the references and imagery and knowledge that I'll be using in this presentation actually come from the domains of architecture and urban planning. One of my big interests has always been wayfinding and navigation, which is how we get here. So we're going to jump right in, and let's first start by defining what maps are. So firstly, a map is
Some bison that I
helps
need
you
to cook in the
achieve
fridge.
something. Most of the time, it's orienting yourself in relation to other things. A map is made, so I can't go out into nature and find a map just sitting there on the ground. It's either made by me or by somebody else. It represents spaces or concepts. It's pretty self-explanatory. And it's relational. So if I show you a piece of paper and it's got a dot on it, and that dot is labeled Paris, that isn't a map just yet. However, if I show you that same piece of paper with a dot that says Paris and another dot that says Cairo, now we're beginning to form a map, and those two dots can begin to anchor each other in space. Also, a map has edges or limits. Even if it's a globe, which is a map of the entire Earth, you're going to be limited by how much information you can get,
Yeah, I did.
skills, etc. There are a couple things.
It'll
maps
reopen.
aren't- so maps aren't,
Just
quote, the truth.
reassessing some things because the rent was insane, and that was an issue since I started there.
Top-down view of something without any perspective that we associate with maps. Maps don't always have to be that. They're not always flat. That Polynesian stick chart that I'm showing on the top right is an example of a kind of three-dimensional, very tactile map that maps ocean swells and islands to help navigators navigate wide expanses of ocean, for example. They're also not always physical, which means that they can take place in our minds, which is, as you guessed, what a cognitive map is.
Totally.
And it's prescriptive.
It's kind of the goal, obviously, for me right now, something like that,
that you're
for
unfamiliar
vending.
with, and I label something incorrectly, as far as you're concerned, that incorrect label is reality to you. So let's talk about cognitive mapping.
Yeah, that's why you see so many like chain restaurants and big corporations, you know, they can afford to survive.
So if you've seen imagery of rats in a maze running around trying to get a piece of cheese, this is where it comes from. So the experiment was as follows. They would take a rat and place a rat in the apparatus that you see on the top left, this kind of circular room. and they would hide a piece of cheese where that letter G is located in that yellow diamond. And the rat would eventually find that piece of cheese, and then once consumed, it would once the cheese was consumed, they would put the rat back in the circle and have the rat do this over and over until it was almost like muscle memory. You know, the rat would go in, it knew exactly what routes to take, and it would get the cheese. Then they would take that same rat and put it in the apparatus that you see in the middle. So it's that same kind of rounded room, but that original pathway was now blocked. The researchers wanted to know, would the rat, once it realizes that path is blocked, have some sort of intuition as to where this piece of cheese was? And if it did, it would probably bias channel 6, which is geographically where you would go if you just wanted to get the cheese. But if it didn't, if the rat didn't have a kind of understanding of what its world was in its own mind, it would just bias all of the paths equally. And as the researchers and Tolman found out, rats did create some sort of mental map of their environment. As you can see on the bar on the right-hand side, that really tall bar is how many times those rats picked Avenue 6. So that is what these.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Alex. Alex.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me hit that one time. We go stupid, pimp my ride. She a little freak, I'm shy. White boy Drizzy of the West top 5.
Yes,
I'ma go glaze myself, stroke my shit, cause no one's topping me. If you speaking nonsense, you be making nonsense. Spend too smart, don't talk to me.
Yes, sir.
Y to the E to the Z to the Z to the Z to the Z I R. As we getting that ass, we blowing that cash, we whipping foreign cars.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
Yes,
I don't
sir.
really kiss and tell, I'm off that goop right now and I don't give a fuck. Low riding with the baggy jeans, white tank on me, snap back on super tough. I'm
Yes,
icy
sir.
just like Christmas. Bum, 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 bum. Stop skipping on.
I saw a few. He's been doing so many cosplays lately.
Bitch, where's the rum, 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 rum? So I'm beating up on them cheekies like a drum, dum, 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 dum.
Yes,
Y to
sir.
the E to the Z to the Z to the Z to the Z I R. As we getting that ass, we blowing that cash, we whipping foreign cars.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, no, I didn't see that. That sounds dope.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. Feel like Johnny Depp and Charlie X.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. Feel like Johnny Depp and Charlie X.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. Feel like Johnny Depp and Charlie X.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. Feel like Johnny Depp and Charlie X.
Yes, sir.
Lost Lands!
I'm about to show you a video of the moment when 2 nuclear plant workers tell me how they really feel about the safety of their job.
I wish the whole public knew how safe what we really did was, considering how dangerous what we're dealing with is. You agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think nuclear power would be tenfold what it is today if we had done a much better job of educating the public. A lot of people come to me and ask me, what is nuclear dangerous? I'm like, the people that I know, they retire out, they die of other natural causes, not related. There's not cancer. We don't have all these issues. You'll hear a lot of propaganda sometimes outside of nuclear, but it's just it's one of the safest things that we ever do.
Because for the most part, it's a very low amount of dose. Occupational dose is exceptionally low, right? So
yeah.
So I mean, for example, we're talking operating a milliram over here, like a chest X-ray is 10 milliram maybe.
A single X-ray.
Single chest X-ray is like 10 milliram.
Got it.
And I won't see that in a year maybe, depending on what you do. Some people will see more than that, but but definitely not within one trip in the plane.
Right. This is the second video in the Smarter Everyday Deep Dive series into nuclear power. I've always kind of instinctively thought nuclear power was a good idea, but now I'm trying to understand it at its core, pun intended. And to do that, we're traveling all over the country and meeting the people that know this stuff, and I'm asking them the hard questions. I'm so excited about this whole series, and today's video is about radiation and how nuclear workers stay safe. Nuclear is a loaded word. It has an association with nuclear weapons, which is understandably scary. And there's other words like contamination and radiation. If you don't understand what's going on around the physics involved in these words, it can be quite frightening. Those two men that I just showed you in the video, they work around nuclear reactions every day, and they've done it for decades, and they're not afraid. It's clear to me.
The Index Librorum Prohibitorum, or Index of Prohibited Books.
Wow. I have the new cosplay on the way right now. Should be arriving any moment. Yeah, it's hard. I'm still trying to navigate how to ethically use stuff like that, because for a while I was like, I'll just not use it at all, but then it's, you know, a thing regardless. But yeah, I have a new cosplay on the way right now. Right, so I heard FKA Twigs talk about like using her own AI as herself, like ethically, you know, like for performance art.
I'll be the first to admit that
Okay, by now y'all have heard the news.
This squishy sludge of coconut waste could hold an answer to a deadly problem. Alhaji Siraj Ba spent months of trial and error developing...
YouTube has collaboration posts like Instagram now, that's pretty cool.
Instead of trees.
I was like, it's either it works or it works. It needs to work, so I need to do everything for it to work.
He lost his adoptive family in a mudslide when he was 17. Before that, he spent years living on the streets, dreaming of the day he could launch his own business.
Biobriquettes help prevent deforestation because they are produced from biomass waste. They are not produced from wood.
He lives in a part of Sierra Leone that has lost 70% of its forest cover over the last 5 decades. One reason for deforestation is people chopping down trees to feed their stoves. Tree roots are essential to holding back the earth during increasingly intense storms.
You move from having lush green mountains to dark brown death traps.
The question now is, can Alhaji convince people in Freetown to swap wood-based charcoal for coconut briquettes? We went to Sierra Leone to see how this young entrepreneur is saving trees using worldwide waste. Coconuts are one of Freetown's favorite on-the-go snacks.
Yeah, like a collaboration post kind of thing where it says them both.
To get rid of somehow. And that costs money.
This was supposed to be waste. They needed to pay transport to dump this thing. Now I'm going to pick it up for free.
Alhaji says his company, Roguestall Trading, collects about 2 metric tons of coconut waste per week. He's aiming for 10 tons by the end of 2022.
So this is the backbone of our products. This is wealth for us.
Workers clean the husks and shells and dry them for about a week. Next, they fire them inside this steel drum.
It carbonized for like 3-4 hours. We put the fire out using water. We have to wait for them to get dried.
They pulverize the charred coconuts into a fine powder and add water plus a secret ingredient to bind it all together.
The mixing is very challenging, so the whole process depends on the mix. A slight mistake on the formula, you have to start all over again.
The extruder pushes out slimy rectangular logs that will need to dry for 3 to 4 days. These ones are destined for shisha pipes. In fact, people who smoke hookah are his best customers these days. Roguestall Trading can produce about 1/2 metric ton of briquettes in a day, and they bring in as much as $4,500 on a good month.
We are the best-selling briquette. You can find our briquettes in most of the supermarkets in town.
They go for 70 cents per kilogram. That's 4 times more expensive than the common wood-based charcoal, but they burn at least 4 times as long. Alhaji's next big challenge is to grow his sales to reach people who will use his coconut briquettes for cooking fuel instead of cutting down trees.
It's not easy, but it takes time. It's very tough to build something great. If it was not tough, everybody would have done it, so.
He has 10 full-time employees and up to 40 part-timers, depending on the season.
When me picky make me headache.
And about a year and a half ago, he expanded his business. Roguestall Trading raises and sells chickens, too. His mother says he's wanted to be an entrepreneur since he was a kid.
All day, they look Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, we get Facebook. The man will get the man will get money, pass all man. Now then they only say they watch, and they get money. All is for me.
But that all felt very far away when Alhaji suddenly became the breadwinner for his family at age 12.
When man die, left a pass bokuti pass a maid. Only wish they say, Mama, I forget money. If I get 22, 23, I forget money. I for pull you and pull. I for pull you and sufferings.
He left his village, hoping to make money to send home to his mother and sister.
I was just this kid who wanted to become somebody, but I was not thinking straight. I thought that it is just okay for me to move to Freetown. So without thinking about where am I gonna stay, who's gonna feed me, who's gonna take care of me, but I moved.
He lived on the streets for 4 years until he found a steady job and an adoptive family who took him in.
7 to 8 months after my adoption, I lost my family that I was living with during the mudslide.
Over 1,100 people died and 3,000 more lost their homes. Alhaji was left with just a few dollars to his name. But he was desperate to do something to stop the deadly mudslides. In the decade before the tragedy, mudslides in Africa had already claimed thousands of lives.
One of the reasons that causes a mudslide is the vast amount of deforestation, because the roots helps to keep the soil firm.
Alhaji began obsessively researching ways to stop deforestation. He found YouTube videos of entrepreneurs from around the world making biomass briquettes to replace wood and charcoal. He started saving money for an expensive mechanical extruder and perfecting his recipe.
Our formula is so outstanding that it can burn for like 4 hours. It emits lesser smoke.
He pitched his business
Nice. Good luck, Kellogg. What state are you in? If you want, you can DM me.
And he recently landed new customers.
But yeah, the government shutdown has been fucking things up for me too. I have to get into the DMV.
But most people in Freetown still cook with wood.
You just can walk up to somebody and be like, hey, this is new, this is different from what you've been using. So it's a bit tough, but we'll get there one day.
According to a study in the Philippines, 1 ton of biomass briquettes saves roughly 80 small trees. And that can add up. But preserving trees isn't enough.
Part of the solution.
Yvonne Aki Sawyer became mayor of Freetown by campaigning on a promise to plant 1 million trees by the end of 2022.
Freetown, the Tree Town, is replanting, which include reforestation of hills, reforestation of rivers along riverbeds, reforestation of green corridors or creation of green corridors to also address another challenge, heat stress. Our city's becoming so hot.
It was the 2017 mudslide that changed everything for her too.
I rushed up there and what I saw will be with me for the rest of my life. Literally a hole in the mountain. The rain was still pouring. People were crying, screaming. The devastating scenes continued through the day. 3 days of unprecedented rainfall.
She told us that Alhaji's project makes her feel hopeful for the future.
The work that Alhaji is doing is one of the ways in which you see the coming together of solutions for these multifaceted problem of sanitation and the environment. Everybody drinks coconuts. Everybody eats coconuts. I eat coconuts. I drink coconuts almost every day.
This is a video about how Japanese swords are made. Swords that are strong enough and sharp enough to slice a bullet in half. The access we got for this video is incredible. We were able to film everything from gathering the iron sand, to smelting the iron, forging the sword, to sharpening and polishing it. They even let us use it.
That is so cool!
The method of making these swords has remained virtually unchanged for hundreds of years, with everything done by hand. They are still considered to be among the best in the world.
The Japanese made a weapon that was the absolute pinnacle for their style of warfare and the materials they had at hand.
These swords are held in such high regard that one from the 16th century has been appraised at $105 million, making it the most expensive sword ever built. In the Shimane province of Japan, there is a smelter that is lit for only one night each year, where steel is made in the same way it was 1,300 years ago. It's known as the Tatara method, and only steel made in this way ends up in the very best Japanese swords. And we were invited to come film it. Just after 9 a.m., the ceremonial prayers are said and the fire is lit by a Shinto priest. Everyone that will be working the smelter will be here for at least the next 24 hours. That includes Veritasium producer Peter.
I'm committed. We're gonna do this. It's gonna be fun.
Sword making in Japan goes back about 3,000 years, but in those days swords were made out of bronze. We're not sure how people first learned to smelt metal, but it was likely related to pottery.
In that you were using these rocky ores to make glazes and such for pottery under very controlled atmospheres. And then maybe the potters found metallic beads in the bottom of the furnaces that they were firing at. This possibly gave them the idea.
Bronze was discovered before steel because it's an alloy of copper and usually tin, both metals with low enough melting points that they can be smelted in regular pottery kilns. The problem with bronze is that although it can be sharpened, it's too soft to hold an edge for long. So Japanese sword makers shifted to steel 1,200 years ago in the Heian period. This is what most people would recognize as a Japanese sword. It's made of steel with a curved blade. Steel is an alloy of iron, the fourth most common element in Earth's crust. The oceans of the world used to be rich with dissolved iron. But 2.5 billion years ago, cyanobacteria started photosynthesizing and creating oxygen. The iron reacted with that oxygen, precipitating out of solution to be deposited at the bottom of the ocean. Incidentally, the cyanobacteria were poisoned by the oxygen that they themselves produced, so it's thought that when levels got high enough, they died off, and as a result, oxygen levels dropped and iron no longer precipitated out of solution. Then the cyanobacteria could multiply again, and the cycle repeated. That's why most of the world's iron is found in layers of sedimentary rock called banded iron formations. Each layer of iron was formed during a global flourishing of cyanobacteria that infused the ocean with oxygen. The majority of the global iron supply comes from these banded iron formations because of their high concentration of iron, up to around 60% iron oxide by weight. But Japan, with its mostly volcanic geology, has barely any of these sedimentary iron oxides, and this is likely why the country was late to the steel production game. Archaeologists have found steel artifacts in Anatolia, which is modern-day Turkey, that are nearly 4,000 years old. But in Japan, metals, including steel, were imported from China and Korea up until the 8th century, when Japan started making its own steel. So where did they get the raw ingredients? Well, igneous rocks like granite and diorite still contain iron oxides, just in much lower concentrations. But as the mountains are weathered, these iron oxides are broken apart and washed downstream. Eventually, they become part of the sand. The Japanese noticed that because iron oxides are denser than other minerals in the sand, they accumulate in places where the river changes direction or speed. The heavier iron sinks to the bottom and the lighter material is washed away. To amplify this effect, they deliberately created diversions in the river to increase the concentration of iron.
What you do is you dam off a section of river and then you drag sand into it. Because iron is heavier than the other parts of the sand, it is the thing that gets left behind and everything else gets washed downstream.
With this method, you can get iron sands with 80% iron oxides by weight. That's more concentrated than high-quality iron ore. And since it has fewer impurities, it's an excellent source material for high-quality steel. If you heat up those iron oxides to over 1250 degrees Celsius, you can break the bonds with oxygen and get pure iron. But pure iron is actually softer than bronze, so in its elemental state, iron provides no advantage. But nature gave humans a lucky break. One of the few ways you can heat something up to 1250 degrees is with charcoal. And charcoal is basically pure carbon. And if you add just a little bit of carbon to iron, it creates an incredibly strong alloy. Steel.
Yeah, a lot of people see it as a heat process. I see it as a chemical process.
Alloys are usually stronger than pure metals because they contain different sized atoms. And this reduces the ability of atoms to slide past each other when an external force is applied.
So I've just been given gloves, other gloves, and a towel. So things are very much getting real. I'm genuinely quite worried. And here is the room with all of the charcoal that we're going to be using overnight. There's just bags and bags of this stuff. There's a Buddha saying, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. I'm here? Okay. So we're lining up on the four corners, I guess? Whoa. Oh boy, didn't do a great job of that. So the rain is coming, so we're quickly getting all of the charcoal out and then measuring it. So each bag of these is 10 kilos. Okay. So with the iron sand, it is mixed together with water, because if you don't mix it with water and you put it on the flame, it just flies straight up. But if you mix it with too much water, then there is water that's going to heat up, it's going to become water vapor, and the whole kiln could explode. Terrifyingly enough, they do this by feel. They mix in enough water until the iron sand is clumpy, but again, if it's too much, the whole thing could explode. Coco, hi. Okay, put some iron in. It is just past 4 in the afternoon, and over the last couple of hours we have added 250 kilograms of charcoal and nearly 60 kilograms of iron sand. So yeah, it's a slow process, but I think we're starting to get somewhere. I have no idea, because obviously the thing is hidden, but it should be growing.
To achieve the high temperatures required to make steel, you need a strong, steady supply of oxygen. For hundreds of years, this was provided by huge foot-operated bellows. It would have taken an around-the-clock, full-body effort by many men to maintain the furnace's temperature.
When I came here, I was a little bit sad that the bellows were electric. I really wanted to, you know, have this proper experience, have this proper workout of stepping on these bellows for 24 hours.
The temperature inside the smelter gets up to 1500 degrees Celsius, just below the melting point of iron, which is 1538 Celsius. So the iron being smelted isn't liquid, but it's soft and malleable enough to clump together into a big block of iron. No matter how high quality the iron sand is, there will always be some impurities, like sulfur, phosphorus, and silicon oxides. They combine with carbon from the charcoal and melt at a lower temperature than iron, so they become liquid and flow to the bottom. This is known as slag. After many more hours of adding charcoal and iron sand, it is time for the first removal of the slag. Before the first removal of slag, another prayer is said.
Oh, that's insane. So for the last 3 hours, there's been 3 processes that we've been doing. 1 is adding the charcoal, 2 is adding the iron sand, and 3 is opening up the smelter from the bottom to break apart the impurities so they can flow out. Just want you guys to know that it's 3:16 in the morning and I'm still here and I'm really sleepy. So it's currently 6 o'clock in the morning the next day. We've been smelting for 21 hours. I'm exhausted, but the sun is about to...
You're in Texas?
It's been pretty amazing, I gotta be honest. We gotta close these doors really quick before they get mad at me.
At 9 a.m. the next morning, the smelting is complete. A total of 614 kilograms of iron sand and 670 kilograms of charcoal were added to the smelter. At this point, in a traditional smelter, the only way to get the steel out would be to break it apart. These days, a crane is used to take the smelter apart.
Oh, wow, okay. Oh!
And what is left to show for all that hard work is a 100-kilogram block of steel, iron, and slag. Only around a third of this block is high enough quality to be used in sword making.
Oh, that's insane. That's so cool. The result for all the hard work. This is step one of making a Japanese sword.
The steel is sorted by quality and carbon content, which is also done by eye. In fact, this is one of the exams you need to pass to be certified as a swordsmith. Then the different grades of steel are sent out to one of 300 swordsmiths around the country. Only 30 do it.
Okay, the new cosplay's here.
And one of them is...
I'm gonna take a shower before I put it on.
Next. This is when the forging of the sword begins. In a coal oven with hand-pumped bellows, the steel is heated until it is soft and malleable.
Any last-minute guesses before I wear it?
First, the master swordsmith flattens out the steel. In the old days, this would have been done by the swordsmith and 3 apprentices. The swordsmith using a smaller hammer would set the rhythm, and the apprentices would use big mallets to flatten the steel.
Whew. That was terrifying.
These days, electric hammers are used.
It is a current show with something about to come out for the show that is new.
When the steel
actually
is flat enough, it is then bent back on itself. And it is then hammered again to press the steel back together into a solid block. So why go to all this effort, flattening the steel only to fold it back on itself and end up with a chunk of steel the same size as before? Well, because folding does 2 very important things. First, it spreads out the impurities, like silicon, sulfur, and phosphorus. It spreads them out throughout the steel. This ensures a uniform consistency without any weak points. Second, it gives the steel a grain. After folding the sword, it is now reinforced in the direction that it will be hit in combat. And as a bonus, the steel is exposed to the air, so there is a small amount of oxygen.
Okay, this mask is unrelated, but I just got it too. Is it arcane? No.
Patterns. There are some swords which have more than 1 billion
This
layers.
mask is unrelated.
This doesn't mean a sword has been folded 1 billion times, since every fold doubles the number of layers. So you only need about 30 folds.
It's anime.
Layers. But usually, a sword is folded 10 to 13 times, resulting in a few thousand layers of steel. Now, a blade isn't made from a single block of steel. The carbon content affects how hard the steel is, so different carbon percentages are used in different parts of the blade. Because carbon atoms are much smaller than iron atoms, they can fit inside the crystal lattice of iron. These trapped carbon atoms then apply an outward force to the lattice, putting the steel under stress. The higher the carbon percentage, the harder and more rigid the steel. But this hardness comes at a cost. The steel becomes brittle, making it more likely to...
I've never had a face mask that does this. This is funny.
So what swordsmiths do is they use steel with different carbon contents for different parts of the blade. The edge is always high carbon steel to make it hard and rigid so it can maintain a sharp edge for a long time. But the spine is usually made of lower carbon steel, which allows the sword to flex without breaking. This is done by welding together pieces of steel with different carbon contents.
So we have about a 15-minute break because, you know, it takes a while for the iron to heat up and then meld together, and then we're back in there. It's very hot. It's
Digimon? There's new Digimon coming out?
You can do this for 4 hours at a time.
No way.
After the sword is hammered into shape, which is a straight blade, it is covered in a layer of clay, a thick layer for the spine and a thin layer for the blade itself. It's then heated in the furnace and then rapidly cooled in water, a process known as quenching. Now, because the layers of clay have different thicknesses, the rate of cooling is faster for the edge than the spine. When the steel is heated, carbon enters the iron lattice. And
Really? I didn't know that.
The sword is covered in thick clay, it will cool slowly, giving time for the carbon atoms to leave the iron matrix. This will lead to a very low carbon steel called ferrite. But the carbon atoms which have left the matrix will be caught by other iron atoms and create a type of steel known as cementite.
My hero? No.
The combination of ferrite and cementite is known as pearlite, and it's a mostly soft and ductile form of steel, though parts of it are hard due to the cementite. So pearlite forms the spine of the sword.
Okay, last chance before I go shower. If you get the show right, I'll tell you. So you can do the show first. And it's also like, oh man, you have to be like paying attention to like spoilers or fan art to get it, I feel like. Because I don't think the character's properly been introduced until this next arc. So...
The tetragonal lattice structure.
It's one thing to criticize your former employer. It's taboo to do that. But to criticize an employer that also owns extremely lethal technologies and surveillance technologies that are highly invasive and used in war zones is something else entirely.
It's 2025. We're all kind of used to government surveillance. The idea that we're all being watched all the time and don't own our own personal data has become normalized. We're also used to the military spending vast amounts of our money on just a few giant defense contractors. But one tech company wants to change both of those things and become the ultimate military contractor and the ultimate arbiter of all of our data.
Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
Check out Palantir shares surging 22% after the company cited a boom in demand for its AI software from the U.S. government.
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am.
Palantir, a tech company based here in Denver, claims they can revolutionize government systems.
They're based in Denver?
Powered by artificial intelligence. They've been hired by the Department of Defense, the FBI, local police departments, and even the IRS and Wendy's to take in the information those organizations collect even more information, and use that data to draw conclusions.
It can be used to completely reconfigure organizations' ontology, its reality, what systems matter, what information matters, what processes matter, how they are structured, what biases are introduced at each of those stages.
We talked to a former Palantir employee, dug into decades of research, and listened to hours of Alex Karp's own words to unwrap the layers of Palantir's carefully cultivated sales pitch, how they capitalize on fear, uncertainty, and unrest.
I don't think in win-lose, I think in domination. This is a company built for bad times. Bad times mean strong finances internally. Bad times are very good for Palantir because we build products that are robust, that are built for danger.
Let's rewind a little. Palantir's story starts with one of the most effective things a company can have.
I'm tired, I need someone on the inside.
After the September 11th, the United States began expanding surveillance both at home and abroad. This was, of course, a boon for the defense industry at large. Simultaneously, the Silicon Valley tech industry was growing fast and making people in a once obscure industry very, very rich, very, very quickly. Like the founders and executives at PayPal, known as the PayPal Mafia. Elon Musk, Reid Hoffman, the LinkedIn guy, and Peter Thiel. When PayPal was sold, Thiel had millions of dollars burning a hole in his pocket and an idea. PayPal had developed systems for detecting fraud and crimes on the platform.
That very flattering picture of you on there.
To analyze the world at large. So Thiel pulled from his network to build out a new company. One of the first hires...
Protect us? What skills do I even have, man?
Gone on after Stanford.
I'm just a little guy.
Not business or computer science or engineering, but neoclassical social theory. They named the company Palantir, after the Palantiri from J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings.
In Lord of the Rings, a Palantir stone is a magical object that allows its users to predict the future or to see what's going on in a remote location.
It was originally created by the elves. It was meant to be used for good purposes. It is potentially a very dangerous technology. It's very powerful.
People skills.
Long have you hunted me?
Since when?
So that's Middle Earth, but what does Palantir do in a regular Earth?
And what we do is we use what legal scholars call predicate-based search. So we would look at you, and then we would go out and say, oh, there's lots of different things in your life that may be indicative of someone involved in bad behavior.
Put simpler, they make software that makes it easier for their customers to collect and analyze data, and then act on that analysis, with and without AI. By 2013, 10 years after their founding, Palantir's client list included the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the Marines, the Air Force, Special Operations Command, and more.
Did your company help to track and kill Osama bin Laden?
You know, we can never. I'll tell you, the closest thing to an answer is when you look at when you open the paper and look in the news about these kind of things, there's a 2/3 chance, depending on the country involved, that somehow my company was involved.
Fundamentally, the mission that is pushed to employees is that we're solving the world's hardest problems and supporting Western institutions. That is the main driver of sort of this militaristic culture that is developed inside of Palantir.
If you do not feel comfortable supporting the legitimate efforts of America and its allies in the context of war, don't join Palantir.
This entire message of like, we are the most lethal, we are the most able to surveil and process large amounts of data.
You have created the system which you call kill chain.
Privately. Publicly, the lawyers have some innocuous.
So how
Right, like 100 layers of irony.
Some term we're supposed to use.
Okay, let's.
Yeah, for me, it's the kill chain.
Kill chain sounds good.
Kill chain isn't an original term created by Palantir. It's the more general military verbiage for the series of decisions leading from identifying a target to taking their life. Palantir's contract added their software and artificial intelligence to the kill chain.
It's quicker and better and safer and more violent.
It's tech that Juan helped market.
It reduces the distance.
It's quicker and better and safer and more violent. I think there might be a paradox in there. Like, what?
Your whole world starts falling apart, which is something that, definitely happened to me.
Juan didn't leave Palantir entirely for ethical reasons. He just got another job. But the reason he eventually started speaking out against Palantir came after watching the Israeli invasion of Gaza following the October 7th attacks. Palantir has contracts with the Israeli Defense Forces. The exact nature of the contracts is opaque, intentionally, but there is evidence to suggest that Palantir's artificial intelligence tech was used for selecting targets in Gaza. CARP doesn't mind the controversy. In fact, it's part of the marketing.
Palantir will even pick up the projects that other companies rejected for political reasons.
We are very comfortable being unpopular.
CARP doesn't think controversy will lose Palantir customers.
Whatever is pissing them off, they're still buying the product.
Wendy's hired Palantir to help with their supply chain. Palantir works
No way.
with companies to build AI for denials management to protect revenue.
Do you want Palantir's AI making decisions about what care is covered for you and your loved ones?
They also do business with for-profit hospitals, major investment banks, and even other defense contractors. In 2024, Palantir brought in nearly $2.9 billion in revenue, 55% of which came from government sources, with the vast majority being American. So let's look at their pitch to the American government. Last year, Palantir CTO Sham Sankar put out a presentation and white paper called The Defense Reformation. He cites The Last Supper, which was a secretive 1993 meeting between defense industry executives and the Deputy Secretary of Defense. Over a dozen companies walked in, and only a few walked out. That dinner is often cited as the origin of our consolidated military-industrial complex.
And to me, I think this was the definitive moment that kicked off the financialization of defense. From that point forward, it became all about buybacks and dividends and leverage ratios.
Criticizing the financialization of the defense industry, calling out stock buybacks, that doesn't sound like a defense executive. That sounds more like the exact argument about the defense industry that we have made before.
I think what's interesting to me about Palantir is how they co-opt the language of revolution.
But Sankar's argument did work on somebody, Uncle Sam. The Defense Innovation Board, an advisory group within the Department of Defense, cited Sankar's presentation multiple times in their 2024 report on why the DoD needs to divert more of their budget to emerging technology. That's giving money to Palantir. There's a reason Palantir just replaced Ford Motors in the S&P 100 in the months after Trump was elected. The Trump administration is an ideal customer for what Palantir is selling. First, there are many former Palantir employees sprinkled across the Trump administration, from inside Doge to foreign policy advisors to high-level technology appointees. And Palantir co-founder Peter Thiel, heavily invested in the company, is also heavily invested in President Trump and Vice President Vance. He was a major campaign donor to both. Then the stated goal of Doge is to streamline and combine government data, which is exactly what Palantir does.
The ways that the government is defrauded is that the computer systems don't talk to each other.
And obviously, Karp is loving it.
Disruption, at the end of the day, exposes things that aren't working. There'll be ups and downs. There's a revolution. Some people can get their heads cut off. Like, you know, it's like we're expecting to see really unexpected things and to win.
And what is winning, according to Palantir? This is CTO Shyam Sankar in 2021.
Turning to government, we continue to advance our mission of becoming the U.S. government's central operating system as we extend our footprint across defense, healthcare, and civilian agencies.
The government's operating system. They want everything to funnel through Palantir. Palantir already has contracts with the IRS, going through taxpayer data to save auditors time by finding the easiest audits to pursue. Now, Wired reports, Doge will likely hire Palantir to create unified software for the entire IRS, a mega API that would allow anyone with access to view and possibly alter all IRS data in one place. That's all of your financial information. And they have multiple contracts with the Department of Health and Human Services, including nearly $100 million to support HHS's core administrative data and applications, to manage, ingest, and access data securely across business domains. HHS's core responsibility is Medicare and Medicaid. That's control over millions of Americans' health records and their access to healthcare. So what does it mean for one contractor to have all that power, data, and taxpayer money as profit, especially as AI gets involved?
As we kind of increasingly live in a simulated world, we lose touch with reality and the human decisions that matter, and we move closer towards governance by algorithm. Not only made by decisions of automated artificial intelligence systems, which is a problem, but more importantly, subject to decisions made by the people who are influencing these AI systems and creating them in order to fulfill an agenda for whatever their profit-seeking or control-seeking objectives are. And when I see Doge kind of going into every agency and addressing the IT department first, I see it as an opportunity to try to change reality itself.
But so what? Why am I telling you all of this? Palantir has no problem being seen as Big Brother, as all-powerful, as lethal even.
We're at the brink of using these technologies potentially to run our government, to run our battlefields, and our personal lives. Using artificial intelligence as a sort of panacea solution across our federal departments, and especially when they're, again, wielded by people with a very distinct agenda, puts everyone at risk.
It almost feels like that's been the plan all along. Here's co-founder Peter Thiel in 2010 at Libertopia, a libertarian conference, speaking about tech companies and government.
The basic idea was that we could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through technological means. And this is where I think technology is this incredible alternative to politics.
And here's Alex Karp in 2009 on civil liberties with regards to Palantir's work.
The central question, in my view, of civil liberties is how, it's not if the government has data, because let's assume the government has as much data as a health insurance company. It's how is that data being used? Is it being used in a way that's lawful? Meaning, do they have the right to use it? And is it being migrated into places it's not allowed to be used? We allow the enforcement of rules that the government ought to enforce. And by the way, my experience is they want to enforce, or at the very least know they need to enforce. And if it's framed in that way, then you can have what is the ultimate Silicon Valley.
Colorado's the only one that has laws to protect people, really? I've seen psychopaths, yes.
The other wants his company to have oversight over how the government data they're paid to handle is used. And the founders of Palantir will retain control in the company no matter what, through an obscure ownership structure. Their Class F shares grant them 49.99% of voting power, even if they collectively own as little as 6% of the company.
At the start of this journey, I was extremely afraid for the repercussions of this writing, of speaking out, but now I'm like, even more convinced that this is absolutely necessary.
We can't replace our current broken system with an even more broken one. And we can't let the worst people in Silicon Valley become our government.
It's not about whether you're actually at risk for speaking out or not. It's just the idea that somebody's watching you is enough to push people into silence.
Okay, I just want to make a point. I just want to make a point right now. Okay? I would like to formally address my FBI, CIA agent, whatever, any ops I might have watching me. Hello? I see you. Don't be a stranger. Talk in the chat. You can make an incognito name. Don't just be a lurker. Don't be a stranger. To my ops, you probably know more about me than I know about myself because I got, blind spots. So don't be afraid to give me some input now and then, some constructive criticism. Maybe a banana split. Banana split would be great. Hello, Kellogg, my op. Kellogg, sometimes I wonder. Thanks for opping. Thanks for not lurking. For real though, it gets lonely out here. If you're opping, then stay bopping. I don't know, man. Say hi sometimes. Don't be a stranger. Anyways, I'm gonna play this video, but I'm gonna take a shower in a second because I want to get on that new cosplay. This is my resisting bitch face.
Thank you so much for watching. If you want to support more nonprofit reporting into corporate greed, don't forget to like and subscribe, and let us know in the comments what you'd like to see us cover next.
If you haven't already heard, our solar system is currently host to a strange and intriguing visitor. Comet 3I Atlas
Who's this guy, man?
burst onto the astronomical scene in early July 2025 when it was first identified.
Okay, I'm gonna take a shower. I'll be back. Wait, not yet. Almost. Soon. Yeah, for sure. I think it depends on where you're at, honestly. I think the people directly affected, it was pretty rough.
If you've been using ChatGPT to learn for the last year, you are probably dumber today than you were a year ago. In fact, there's a recent paper from MIT called Your Brain on ChatGPT. And the results are alarming, but not surprising. Here's what they did. They separated people into 3 groups and got them to write essays. The first group used only ChatGPT, and this was called the LLM group for large language model, which are things like ChatGPT or DeepSeek or Gemini. The second group was allowed to use any other website, but AI was strictly forbidden. This was called the search engine group. And the third group used just their brain. This was the brain-only group. They then compared the brain's electrical activity levels between each group using EEG analysis. Here's what they found. People in the LLM group had significantly lower brain activity, weaker brain connectivity, and lower levels of engagement. When they tested each group on their memory and the essays they produced, the LLM group had worse information recall, and they produced poorer quality, more generic work. But here is the really concerning part. Even after the LLM group stopped using AI, their levels still didn't return to the same as that of the other groups, which means there is a residual negative effect of using AI. And so what this study suggests is that the more you use artificial intelligence, the worse your actual intelligence becomes. And it's not just this study. There are new studies constantly popping up over the last year that show that higher AI use is linked to lower levels of critical thinking and learning ability. And so while everyone is worried about AI coming in to steal their jobs, the real threat is that by using AI wrong, you're actually making yourself unemployable. Now, just to be clear, I am not anti-AI. I'm a learning coach and a former medical doctor, and for the last 2 years, I've actually been developing our own learning science AI in partnership with Google. I've studied AI and I work intimately with AI development every day. But I also work with thousands of learners who use AI believing it's helping them when it's actually sabotaging.
So there's something big happening to the world right now that almost no one is talking about. And I think in the long term, this is going to change the way we all live our lives. And I'm talking about digital ID.
This government will make a new free of charge digital ID mandatory for the right to work by the end of this Parliament. Let me spell that out. You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID.
Now, it might sound like it has nothing to do with economics or finance, and maybe it sounds boring, but the truth is, this is one of the most important changes that governments are pushing right now, and it's happening almost everywhere at the exact same time. In the US, at least 25 states have already launched digital driver's license programs. That means you can now pull out your phone instead of your...
You mean like everyone around the world stopped going to work? Is that what you're saying? You don't have that? You don't have what? So you'll be a bum?
Thorium reactors are like the solid-state batteries of nuclear power. Vastly superior, yet forever on the horizon. But now a Danish company is closer than ever to turning them into a reality. Its reactors are designed to deliver on thorium's decades-old promise, a self-sustaining chain reaction that breeds fresh fuel, making energy cheaper and more abundant than ever. These aren't just thorium reactors. They're small modular reactors designed to function as shipping container-sized self-maintaining batteries that operate reliably for years. So how is this company tackling such an ambitious engineering challenge? When might commercial thorium reactors finally arrive? And is thorium the missing piece of the clean energy puzzle? I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided. This video is brought to you by Surfshark. In the 1950s and 60s, the Atomic Energy Commission sought to transform nuclear energy from a source of fear into a source of energy too cheap to meter. Under Director Alvin Weinberg, scientists at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee developed a radically different type of reactor and fuel cycle, one that promised to breed more fuel than it burned, potentially powering civilization for thousands of years. Their design, a molten salt reactor running on fuel bred from thorium, ran successfully for 15,000 hours from 1965 to 1969, producing a steady 8 megawatts of heat. So why don't we have this limitless thorium energy today? Because the project was defunded after the Atomic Energy Commission shifted its research focus to a different kind of breeder reactor, which too was plagued by technical challenges.
You need to move to Puerto Rico? Why?
As for Weinberg, he was fired for continuing to champion thorium.
Do you know something I don't?
I hope that
Are we gonna get fucked up?
the molten salt technology will be resurrected. Weinberg's wish might just come true.
Why Puerto Rico?
No, not that kind with icing and almonds, although that's a pretty sweet solution for a different kind of energy slump. Copenhagen Atomics is a startup out of Denmark reviving Weinberg's hopes for a so-called breeder reactor, one that creates more fissile fuel than it burns.
I took Khan Academy's financial literacy course for you, so here's the Cliff Notes version to save you at least 25-30 hours.
Oh, because it's nice there. Okay.
Together. Like, here are my notes. It is 109 pages long. It is
so I don't need a passport?
Personal finance, financial literacy course I have ever taken. And probably because it is an accumulation of the past 10-15 years of knowledge. It literally covers the foundations of everything. But it is not enough for you just to listen to me talk. So I've also included little assessments throughout the video as well, since it's such a long course. So if you can answer all of these questions, you can consider yourself to be financially literate by the end of this video. Now, without further ado, let's get started. Let's first talk about the structure of this course. There are 16 units in total. Unit 1 is just an introduction. Unit 2 is on budgeting and saving. How do you create a budget, how much you should be saving, how to save. Unit 3 is financial goals. How do you set financial goals? What is a SMART goal? And how does that relate to your money personality? And how to calculate your net worth. Then we're going into loans. How do loans work? How does debt work? What happens if you file for bankruptcy? Unit 6 is on insurance. Unfortunately, lots of things can go wrong in life, and there are lots of types of insurances to try to deal with that. Unit 7 is on investment and retirement. How much do you need to retire, and how do you invest? Then we're moving on to scams and frauds. There are many trickeries in life that you should be aware of. People trying to steal your money. Then taxes. No need to say more. Unit 11 is employment. How do you calculate whether an employment opportunity is worth it or not? How do you choose between different offers? Unit 12 is banking. All the different types of banks and the different types of bank accounts. This also includes a crash course on interest rates and inflation. Unit 13 is car buying. Apparently, car buying is also the place of one of the most trickeries that people will do on you.
How did these deadly savanna killers turn into this? In the grasslands of Africa and Asia, these wildcats are feared. Unmatched stalking skills, camouflage to sneak up on any prey, fangs and claws sharp enough to shred anything in their path. And yet, as they got closer to us, their behavior changed a little bit, but their appearance changed a lot. What turned these rugged murderous cuties into cuddly murderous cuties? This is the mystery of the domestication of the cat. Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault, your resident cat lady, and you're watching Animalogic. As hard as it is to imagine, a world with cats as we know them is a relatively new invention. The construction of the pyramids is as close in time to us as it is to the appearance of the first domestic cat. In evolutionary terms, that's the blink of an eye. The domestic cat's ancestors were territorial hunters that were terrified of people. So what changed to make us open our homes to these solitary hunters and for them to walk on through that door? The story begins with our main character, the African wildcat, or Felis sylvestra libica if you want to be formal. That's where Sylvester the cat got his name. They're a bit taller, leggier, and definitely more athletic looking than most domestic cats, but the resemblance is hard to miss. You'll find them roaming savannas and grasslands across Africa, stretching into the Middle East and into parts of Western Asia. This little predator is to house cats what the wolf is to our modern-day dogs. Like most felines, the African wildcat lives a solitary life, roaming and hunting on their own, and tolerating other wildcats just to make more wildcats. They eat mostly rodents and birds, but if the stars align, they can take down antelope fawns. For a long time, the cat domestication story seemed very straightforward. Cats were domesticated by the Egyptians around 3,600 years ago, just a couple centuries before King Tut. That's where we see the paintings, the statues, the mummies, their absolute stand-level obsession with all things kitty cat. But newer research suggests that wasn't the origin story at all. In 2004, archaeologists uncovered a grave in Cyprus, where a human was buried alongside a cat around a whopping 9,600 years ago. That, along with genetic evidence, showed that cats had cozied up to humans thousands of years earlier than we thought, likely in the Fertile Crescent, just a boat ride away from the island, long before Egyptian art made them famous. It turns out that all of these traits of the African wildcat, their hunting skills, their range, and their opportunistic style, put them in the perfect position to bump into our other main character, a little friend we like to call humankind. This was at the dawn of a pretty important landmark of our story. 10,000 years ago, in the very same neighborhood where the African wildcat lives, humans were inventing farming. We were shifting away from the hunter-gatherer lifestyle, building settlements and starting to grow crops like wheat and barley, and eventually livestock too. With these new settlements, humans didn't have to do as much running around. That meant surpluses of grain, and where there's grain, there's rodents. For wildcats, it must have felt like winning the lottery. Their weird, bald ape neighbors were bringing them an unlimited amount of furry treats for them to munch on. A cat's dinner in the Fertile Crescent came in the form of some pet shop-style cuties. Mice, gerbils, hamsters, and one of my favorites, the jerboa. Sure, I see an adorable kangaroo-bunny-mouse hybrid, but the African wildcat just saw an easy, bouncy snack. Over time, the cats that were less scared of humans thrived, getting more food and raising more kittens. In a nutshell, that's how wildcats turned into house cats. But there's a bit of a jump between wildcats living among humans and then physically changing into the domestic kitties we know and love. In terms of domestication, the route the cats took is pretty wild. Domestication is more than taming wild animals. It's also about selecting the traits we want them to pass on to their babies and breeding them to make ever more ideal kitties. The ancestors of most domesticated animals lived in herds or packs with clear dominance hierarchies. Humans could step in, feed them, reward the friendliest ones, and gradually steer the whole group. That's how wolves became dogs. Humans kept the friendlier, more docile wolves close, making them reproduce with each other, and by doing that, created a whole new species. But cats did it themselves. People weren't deciding which cats got to mate or where they lived. The ancestors of domestic house cats like my buddy Nebs here probably chose to live among humans because it worked in their favor, and theirs alone. Basically the cat version of your worst date. All take and no give, didn't even ask any questions. Early domesticated cats were likely like the feral farm cats of today, mostly doing their own thing. Humans liked them for their mice hunting skills, which made the relationship at least somewhat mutually beneficial. You know what they say, the enemy of my enemy is a wild animal that will slowly turn into my best friend, but will bite and scratch me every once in a while. But there's another factor, cuteness. I mean, come on, look at this. Scientists call it neoteny, and it's adorable. It means keeping baby-like features into adulthood. Cats with round eyes, compact noses, and playful movements hit our caregiving instincts just like a human baby would. Sometimes even more. These traits aren't unique to domestic animals, but humans tend to love them, and that gives cats a real advantage. Compared to their wild relatives, these house cats look like babies for much longer. It's more than just their cute kitten-like features that domesticated cats exploited. Some of their behaviors play the same card, like meowing. Did you know that adult wild cats don't meow? It's a strictly kitten thing. Domestic cats just kept meowing and turned it on us. Basically, baby talk turned into a negotiation tool. And they only do it to us, not other cats. They even evolved to meow in the same frequencies as human babies cry. They literally hacked into our brains to make our parental instincts kick in so we take care of them. And they do it a lot. Yes, Nebs, I know you're watching this. I'll be home with your treats soon. Purring started as a nursing sound too, and even kneading, that making biscuits motion, began as a kitten's behavior to make their moms feed them milk. It's both a leftover instinct and a surprisingly effective spa treatment. Over time, these semi-domesticated weirdo roommates followed humans as they traveled and traded across the Middle East, eventually arriving in ancient Egypt, where they reached legendary status. In the Fertile Crescent, we mostly understand that cats and humans lived alongside each other. But it's the art from the time they hit Egypt, around 3,500 years ago, that shows humans, from temple priests to royalty, had gone full-on cat lady. But not only were they cuddly companions, in Egypt they were elevated to deities, like Bastet, the goddess of cats, daughter of Ra. It's actually kind of a really cool tattoo, reserved for the most hardcore cat lovers. Let me know in the comments if you have a Bastet tattoo. Her yin and yang energy, gentle, playful cat by day, fierce protector by night, made Bastet one of the most revered deities in Egyptian religion. Entire temples were built in her honor, and families kept cats as a way to connect with her spirit. Harming a cat was even considered a crime against the gods. But there was a darker side to this devotion. Mass amounts of cat mummies have been found by archaeologists, measured by the ton. Some of these cats were sacrificed in religious rituals. But the sheer volume of cat mummies is morbid proof that for the first time, humans were keeping tons of house cats, and they were thriving, until they go meet Ra. You're probably picturing the majestic cats in Egypt as mythical looking, dramatically spotted, winged eyeliner, and maybe even hairless like the Sphinx cat of today. But we here at Animalogic are committed to debunking long-held cat myths. And maybe disappointingly, but in some ways relatable, genetic evidence suggests that the venerated cats of Egypt were probably classic striped tabbies, not a lot different from the average alley cat of today. So when did cats start developing the variety of colors and patterns we see today? The answer is, weirdly, very recently. After the Egyptians worshipped the house cat around 3,500 years ago, felines continued to spread across the world. In the Far East, around the 14th century, one of the earliest recognizable breeds began to emerge, the Siamese. Humans actually had no hand in their development. Instead, their unique appearance developed through a process called genetic drift. It's when a small, isolated population develops random new traits, simply by chance. Siamese cats are actually partial albinos with heat-sensitive coloration. They are born white, but as they grow older, their cooler extremities develop darker fur, forming those signature points. Their almond-shaped blue eyes, slender bodies, and short, fine coats also emerged naturally. In the Far East, there are no local wildcats to interbreed with and keep them looking like vintage cats. So domestic cats went their own way, gradually accumulating the unique coats and patterns we recognize today. Are you sensing a theme here? Cats like to do everything themselves. But if we know humans, we know that they can never keep their noses out of anything for too long. So of course, they had to get in there and make their own mark on our feline companions. In the early 1800s, artists and naturalists like Harrison Weir were documenting cats and noted that breeders were selecting for looks rather than hunting skills or usefulness. It was during the 19th century, mostly in the British Isles, that humans pounced on the trend. So let's lace up our corsets, tip our bowler hats, and take an imaginary ride to the Crystal Palace in London, 1871, to witness the very first cat show showcasing human-created breeds. Around 170 cats were entered, some from pedigree breeds, but also some regular house cats. They were judged both on looks and personality. The winner for Best in Show was a blue Persian, owned by a Mrs. H.P. Villet, but for some reason nobody recorded their name. A bit sad. No wonder it was blue. Since then, cat breeding has mostly been about aesthetics. Hair length, color, pattern, or even one with a whole body wax. But it's important to remember that beyond differences in fur and coat genes, there's barely any genetic variance. Most cats could practically slip into a wildcat colony and nobody would bat an eye. Except, of course, for the occasional weird meow when they spot a bipedal human. Or maybe to politely request a sweater for the hairless one. And unfortunately, many domestic cats do that. Domestic cats harm wildlife not only by killing it, but also by mating with it. This is when domestic cats mate with wild cats and make them lose some of the adaptations they need to survive in the wild. The poster child for this is the Scottish wildcat. Once abundant, it's now functionally extinct in pure form, with only about 100 individuals left. Most wildcats there are now hybrids, which means millennia of evolution was erased in just a few hundred years. Dogs, on the other hand, are a completely different story. Bred for thousands of years to herd, hunt, pull sleds, and even rescue humans, they now come in wildly different shapes and sizes. A tiny Chihuahua and a massive Saint Bernard might both be dogs, but functionally, they couldn't be further apart. Dogs are engineered for function in all shapes and sizes. But cats? They're still basically the exact same stealthy, silent hunters their ancestors were, just with a makeover. In the last 20-ish years, advances in artificial insemination and in vitro fertilization have allowed breeders to cross domestic cats with wild species, producing hybrids like the tuft-eared caracat and the leopard-spotted Bengal. Nebs is a Bengal. Bengals are mixes of domestic cats with Asian leopard cats. They're beautiful, but if you're thinking about adopting a cat, consider a regular cat from your local shelter. One of the keys to the cat's success is that even though they're cuddly pets, they're also perfectly able to catch prey on their own. This, unfortunately, is a huge problem in areas where wildcats aren't native. Domestic cats in urban areas eat a lot of birds. In North America alone, cats are estimated to kill 2.5 billion birds every year. That means that over 2/3 of all bird deaths in the region are caused by cats. On top of that, they kill over 10 billion small animals a year. Many are rodents, but some are frogs and reptiles, which are not as abundant. There are several bird species like the Canada warbler, the wood thrush, and the piping plover, whose numbers are crashing in part due to cat predation. When cats are left outdoors, they can become feral and invasive and cause immense ecological destruction. Feral cats and outdoor cats have been cited as the main reason for the extinction of over 60 species. The damage is especially catastrophic on islands, with birds that didn't have natural land predators. Today, cats kill over 1 billion endemic Australian animals a year. Because of these devastating numbers, the Australian government is trying to cull 2 million feral cats to protect the local wildlife. In New Zealand, they're part of the Predator Free 2050, which is trying to get rid of invasive predators like cats, stoats, and possums to protect the local birds. So please, keep your cats indoors. This is needed for bird populations to recover. And even though they have the genes to survive in the wild, as long as you give them lots of love and attention, they have richer, healthier, and longer lives indoors. Back to the history of their domestication, new genetic research is starting to challenge some of the current beliefs about cat domestication. For example, scientists are beginning to find evidence that the cats in the Fertile Crescent may not have been the ancestors to today's house cats. Instead, these early felines were a different species altogether and may have been useful to humans for food and clothing rather than companions. However, these theories await confirmation and are pending genetic analysis of ancient Egyptian cat remains. Today, domestic cats are everywhere. An estimated 600 million to 1 billion of them roam the planet from pampered pets to feral colonies. It's wild, pun intended, to watch the glow-up of these clever, self-domesticating hunters who went from African wildcats to cultural icons in Egypt to global soft and fuzzy companions, and in some cases, back to global invaders. So whether you're admiring a Bengal's spots, watching a feral colony, or just cuddling your house cat, remember, these little hunters may be tiny, but their story and impact is enormous. So what should we talk about next? Please let me know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for new episodes every week. And don't forget to pet your cat. Thanks for watching. See ya! Small cats are some of the most efficient hunters. Under their cute pointy ears, there's a brain dead set on killing prey. But what sets them apart from each other and makes some species more successful hunters than others? These are the top 10 deadliest small cats. Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault, and you're watching Animal Logic. We're taking a look at the 10 deadliest small cats that we know of. It's an incomplete list because some small cats are so elusive and live in such remote locations that we simply don't have enough data. Some cats, like the pampas cat and the Andean cat of South America, the Bornean bay cat and the flat-headed cat of Southeast Asia, and the African golden cat, haven't been studied extensively because of their inaccessible habitats, their low population densities, and security concerns. Let's start our top 10. At number 10, with a 20% hunting success rate, we have the small cat geographically closest to me, the Canadian lynx. This big-pawed kitty lives in boreal forests all over Canada, Alaska, and has recently been reintroduced to the Colorado Rocky Mountains, where they had gone extinct in the 1970s. These felines are cold weather specialists, with giant snowshoe-like paws to quietly walk in the snow, long fur, and light mottled coats that help them blend in with the trees and snow. Chasing prey in the snow is nearly impossible, but the lynx's long limbs and wide paws allow them to stalk and pounce on their
Today, we are going to discuss.
In the next 5 to 10 years, we could have at least one habitat on the moon. Because NASA, ESA, China, Russia, and Japan are all racing to get there. And some of the proposals are wild. And I got to go see some of them. From origami modules to underground colonies inside lava tubes. But the moon is, well, it's brutal. Imagine 14 days of night, 14 days of sun, freezing cold, sweltering hot, no atmosphere, radiation, and the constant danger from meteoroids. I mean, sure, maybe we could survive, but could we really live there? And how important is architecture in all this? Because designing a place to feel human, that's a whole different challenge. All of these agencies are planning on going to the moon's south pole, because that's where you're gonna find the moon's most unique feature, a permanently shadowed region, aka PSR. It's essentially craters, untouched by sunlight for billions of years, and apparently some of them trap enough ice, and therefore water, to supply the city of New York for 2 years. And water isn't just for drinking, it's oxygen for breathing, and it's hydrogen for rocket fuel. But at the same time, the rim of these craters receive almost constant sunlight, making it the perfect place for solar farms. And that's what the early phase of the lunar habitation's for, finding key resources like ice and energy with smaller crews and shorter missions. They're going to use this to build phase 2, which is a lunar base camp, designed for larger teams or even entire communities, staying for months. What I found really interesting is that each proposal for each phase is so fundamentally different. Like with buildings, we have the structure, the floor plates, the envelope, and the systems, and we have variations of that. But with these, for things as essential as radiation protection, the solutions are very different. And I guess it's because we're still in the super early stages, but it also means that most of these extremely well thought out and elaborate schemes are almost guaranteed to fail. This is a proposal by the architecture firm SOM, in collaboration with MIT and the European Space Agency. And the approach is to prefabricate the whole habitat on Earth and send it to the moon. Like most proposals, the modules are compressed for the launch and then inflated on site. But what's unique is that by combining these inflatable shells with a composite perimeter frame, most of the mechanical system and structural loads are carried on the outer edge, meaning the interior space can stay relatively open and flexible. For radiation shielding, they're proposing a water layer. Each module currently supports about 4 crew members, but over time, the idea is that multiple modules could be linked to form this moon village. But it's also a very beefy structure. So in a lunar habitat, there's 2 essential components to the envelope. The protective shell, which shields you from radiation and meteorites and the extreme temperature difference, and the interior habitat shell, which has the living components with toilets and storage and stuff like that. In this project, both the inner and outer layers are prefabricated on Earth and then sent to the moon. But isn't that kind of heavy and expensive? Especially when you start sending multiple modules. According to NASA's CLIPS program, sending small payloads to the moon can cost up to $1 million per kilogram. That means to send this can of Coke, it could cost $330,000. There's definitely projections from SpaceX's Starship that could bring down the cost from $10,000 a kilogram to just $93 per kilogram. But that's only to the low Earth orbit, which you can kind of think of as a fueling station for getting to the moon. And taking it from low Earth orbit to the moon is still much more expensive. And because the time horizon for these first few lunar habitats is much earlier than potentially building better and more efficient rockets, I do wonder if it's not better to look at a more lightweight approach. Because in the end, every dollar saved on a launch is $1 invested back into protecting the astronauts and giving them a more livable home.
Here's the alien ship.
Yeah, for alien.
Oh my gosh.
All right, be careful, there are wires.
Okay.
This is student
I
room.
accidentally came across this project last year at the Watt Museum in Tokyo, and I found it so fascinating that I decided to go back to Japan to find out more. Because unlike a lot of the other habitat proposals, in a way, this is a fundamentally different approach. Instead of building on top of the crater, these modules leverage the existing geological features on the moon by placing them inside the PSR, or a lunar lava tube. If you don't know what a lava tube is, they are super cool. Over 3 billion years ago, the moon was a big ball of magma. Over time, the lava started to harden on the outside, creating this crust layer, but the lava inside kept flowing. Then some of that lava underneath leaked to the surface, leaving behind this hollow tunnel. When a part of the roof collapsed, it creates this opening that they're calling a skylight. They're actually quite common on Earth, like in Hawaii or in Iceland, but the ones on the moon, they're much bigger. Some could even fit entire cities inside. The existence of lunar lava cubes has been debated for years, but recent data from orbiters strongly suggests they're real. It's only not officially been confirmed because we actually haven't been there. So now we essentially have a natural cave that can provide protection from radiation and meteorites and even the extreme temperature fluctuations. And get this, temperatures deep inside a lava tube stay around -20 degrees Celsius year-round. And near the entrance, close to the surface, it can actually reach up to 17 degrees Celsius. Especially when you compare to the 300-degree swing on the surface, it's actually not so bad. It's practically Canada. Anyways, because these modules are designed to sit on the inside of these protected areas, it actually doesn't require such a heavy-duty external shell. The module includes an overhang structure, which drops the habitat, and there's legs that expand and stabilize the structure on the terrain. All of these elements, as well as the solar panel, fold into a single transportable system that weigh between 8 to 10 metric tons. They're able to achieve this level of structural optimization by borrowing principles from nature and origami. But I've always had a problem with origami structures, because to me, the beauty of origami is that by the act of folding, you can turn the single material into a structure, and the skin itself becomes the structure without any additional components. So it's an extremely efficient system. But once you scale it to the size of a building and use real building components like wood or metal, you do need to start introducing a bunch of hinges to actually move the components, because the material is hard. And at this point, it's not really any different from any other structure. It just looks like origami. So I was a little bit skeptical.
The metal plate or metal bar fold and deploy again and again breaks, right? It is called fatigue failure. Yeah, with curved crease, the fatigue failure cannot happen so much.
But after talking to him, I realized that they had figured out a way to minimize the hinges by using curved creases and introducing what he called sakura dimples.
Oh yeah.
Essentially, these dimples introduce rigidity to the panels, meaning you can control where it folds. It depends on quite a lot of things, actually, like the placement and also the shape and depth and density, and even the sharpness of the dimples.
Experimenter. So it deploys like this.
Yes. And you hold like this.
Like this.
So after the hundreds of testing, first with wire models and then with large-scale mock-ups, they achieved an extremely lightweight structure that snaps into shape by adding air pressure. It's an extremely passive deployment system that can be deployed without a crane or a robot. And one of the things I learned in this whole research is that the tools that you need to actually deploy the system are just as important as the system itself. But even if we solve the challenge of landing these first habitats, scaling these habitats, it's a whole new problem. Which leads us to phase 2. Longer stay, semi-permanent lunar base camps. Raph, I think we have a slight situation. The primary oxygen system modules, they're still back on Earth.
You forgot the oxygen. Classic. All right, let's pull up Charter and let's see what else this breaks. Oh, and they are also the sponsor of this video. This is where a tool like Charters, a collaborative system and program management platform that connects equipment, teams, and mission requirements, makes all the difference. Even a small mistake, like missing the oxygen, ripples through everything. Life support, energy systems, mission timelines, and it's all traceable. You know exactly who changed what, when, and why. But Charter doesn't just track parts, it checks the interfaces too. Inputs, outputs, like power, oxygen, data. If anything breaks the flow, Charter flags it immediately. Charter was built specifically to support space missions across all aspects of system engineering and mission management. It also helps you secure in-orbit insurance coverage for your spacecraft, faster and more affordably than ever. So in this way, your team isn't stuck in spreadsheets and email chains just to stay in sync.
Sharing engineering data shouldn't be a secret mission. Charter keeps all of your mission data in one place, so nothing ends up hiding under a cardboard box. So, if you're planning your own moon mission, building a spacecraft, or daring something mighty that requires absolute precision, check out Charter. Links down below.
Good work out there, Snake. Demi.
Okay, now back to the video. Most of these proposals rely on using the moon's natural resources, and 3D printing is the most common. In this project, they transport these inflatable modules, which becomes the pressurized living zone. Then, a robotic 3D printer builds the protective shell on top of this using lunar regolith. The structure is inspired by bird bones, which is strong yet lightweight. And by reducing the amount of materials that have to be shipped from Earth, it makes it extremely cost-effective, while giving you this robust protection. But I remember when 3D printing came out like almost a decade ago here on Earth, and it was supposed to transform the construction industry, but it didn't. And one of the reasons is because conditions on site are very irregular and unpredictable. And compared to the moon, the Earth is pretty tame. Apparently, the printing time for one of these modules is about 3 months, but a lot of testing was conducted indoors, in controlled environments. And during that time, a lot of things could happen in the open lunar surface. First of all, the extreme temperature fluctuations could cause cracks in the concrete, and this vacuum environment could complicate the curing process and weaken the structure. And the quality of regolith is apparently different from site to site, creating a lot more inconsistencies. On top of that, the process requires a significant amount of energy, especially for multiple structures. So the question is there a way to scale these habitats without building a separate shell for each unit? And we're back to the lava tubes, using the natural geological features on the moon. And for Project Moonfiber, this is what allows it to become scalable. It's composed of 2 systems: the structural framework that span across the lunar caves, and the habitat modules that sit into the framework. Sound familiar? Yes, it's a concept we've seen here on Earth. And we've kind of explored this to death on this channel: the metabolist movement, and also Archigram's plug-in city. By creating this system, the idea is that cities can easily grow or shrink, kind of like a living organism. And in this case, by not having to create a protective structure for each habitat, that's a huge savings. But actually, it offers something else as well: moonquakes. Yeah, that's a thing. The lunar surface is also uneven and unstable, and regolith itself is sticky and abrasive, and apparently it can lead to this thing called dust contamination. So the supporting structure is actually a really big challenge when building on the moon. So this net, it can really simplify the construction and deployment a lot. There's a lot of research that needs to be done in building inside a lunar tube, but this principle of creating a system and using the natural geological features of the site seems kind of like the right approach when scaling is the goal. This project takes this idea one step further. Essentially, you build a dome over the pit and create a fully enclosed, fully controlled environment, meaning the astronauts can leave their modules without spacesuits. But wait. Can trees really grow like this on the moon? This is how a regular tree could look like inside a moon habitat. In fact, there's one thing that none of these projects really discuss, which is gravity. Because living in a low gravity environment, which is about 1/6 of the Earth's, is not great for our bodies. We lose muscle mass and bone mass, and we get this thing called the chicken leg syndrome. But also, it can disrupt your immune system, it can slow your reaction times, and the increased brain pressure can even cause vision problems. But then I came across this project by Kojima Corporation, an artificial gravity habitat that generates centrifugal force by spinning constantly. It sounded so wild that I decided to go there to probe them. And it is very conceptual, but actually, to me, what was the most interesting was the philosophy behind it. Right now, space travel is only about this generation of explorers, because we don't know the impacts of childbirth in a different gravity. But let's say somehow we figure out how to do that, or maybe we just bring embryos from Earth to space, kind of like in the movies. But for the kids who grow up on other planets, maybe their dream is to visit Earth, but they're not going to be able to because their bodies are adapted to a very different gravity. So gravity actually becomes the great equalizer, especially for future generations who might think and maybe even look very different from us. But that's like really, really far into the future. Because for now, the reality for an individual astronaut from Earth is this. Being stuck in a tiny modular unit in the same space with the same people in high-risk, high-stress environments, day in, day out. These 3 astronauts were stranded on the International Space Station after the Columbia disaster, which killed 7 of their colleagues. In their later interviews, they talked about plants, how the colors and the scents, and the simple act of tending to them improved their mood and reminded them of Earth. Now plants are formally recognized for their therapeutic value and not just nutrition. And it also speaks to how small things like this can become an emotional lifeline, especially when things go wrong. Let's look at Project Haven, because a lot of the design decisions I think are made to improve physical and mental well-being using architecture. The functional core of the habitat is greenery, which is typically contained in a separate space, but here, you can't get to the other spaces without passing through it. One of the unsuspected strain on your psyche is monotony. So they've introduced variety through space. There's movable walls so you can do different activities, and also just a variety of distinct environments. Small spaces, large spaces, space with different colors, communal spaces, but most importantly, private spaces. There's these 2 crazy Danish architects who not only designed and built habitat modules, but brought it to Greenland and lived inside it for 3 months. The habitat was tiny, with not much but a shared working area at the bottom and sleeping pods on top. And remember, these are architects, not trained astronauts. And they said even if it was a tiny space, this small amount of privacy in their sleeping pods was essential to mental health and reducing conflict. One of the things I found really interesting is this crew rotation method. For example, the whole 6-person crew is never exchanged at the same time, but in 2 teams of 3. The new arriving crew, or the junior crew, lives with the senior crew for several months before the seniors return to Earth. The juniors turn into seniors, who then train the new junior crew. This facilitates the transfer of knowledge, of course, but I think it's also doing something else. This is just an object in a public space, but when someone starts to play, people gather, or someone joins in, and suddenly, this passage is transformed into a community hub. Now, imagine this on the moon. Maybe it's a guitar. But when a crew member, let's call him Raph, starts playing in the corner, that space naturally becomes the music corner. Even after Raph leaves, that corner remains a place for music, or storytelling, or just getting together. Urban planners call this concept placemaking. But the act of turning a space into a place that can carry memories and traditions, it's a group effort. Every crew member has to actively participate in this. But when you do, you can transform even the most sterile, functional shelter into a meaningful shared home. Home. When these first settlers can finally call the moon home, that's the first real step to becoming a spacefaring civilization, on our way to Mars, or even another planet. But there's a pretty big argument against space travel. Why are we spending billions of dollars going to other planets when we have so many pressing issues here on Earth? But for me, the answer is here. Phone cameras. They trace back to NASA's Voyager and Galileo missions, and they were built to explore deep space. And there's countless items that we use every single day that was developed originally for space. And yes, probably only a few of these proposals will actually go to space, but each unique approach could inspire new innovations right here on Earth. And maybe the act of exploring space might just be how we discover better ways of living right here on Earth. If you guys want to learn more about this, we created a research booklet that captures all of our research. I'll leave it in the description. So what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. And with that, I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye!
Arthur C. Clarke had a sequel to 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's called 2010 Odyssey 2, and at the end of it, an alien intelligence converts Jupiter into a star. As a group of astronauts narrowly escape the implosion, they receive the following message from the aliens: all these worlds are yours, except Europa. Attempt no landing there.
Now, that was just a novel, but it suggests that already in 1982, we suspected that Europa might offer our best chance of finding alien life in our solar system.
42 years later, in October 2024, NASA is actually launching the most advanced mission to hunt for signs of alien life. And it's going to Jupiter's moon, Europa. There's just one problem. Jupiter kills everything around it. So how could life even exist there? And how do you make a probe that can withstand the perilous conditions? Deep inside Jupiter, there is so much pressure that hydrogen is believed to take the form of a metallic liquid. And this metallic liquid hydrogen generates an incredibly powerful magnetic field, almost 20,000 times stronger than Earth if you measure at the same distance away. So if you could see this magnetic field from Earth, it would appear twice as big as the full moon. On its own, that magnetic field is harmless, but right in the middle of it is the most volcanically active world in the solar system, Jupiter's moon, Io. The volcanoes on Io's surface shoot out tons of sulfur dioxide, and every second, 1 ton of this material gets ionized and trapped inside Jupiter's magnetic field. And the field accelerates these particles to rotate incredibly fast with Jupiter, so they whiz around at over 300 kilometers per second. Their inertia actually pulls back on the field, stretching it out, and this trapped material slams into other moons, ejecting even more particles from their surfaces. This cycle forms massive radiation belts which span past Europa and the other moons of Jupiter.
Now for electronics, this intense radiation is kryptonite. In the 1970s, the Pioneer 10 and Voyager missions only briefly passed by Jupiter, but the radiation caused glitches, gave the instruments false commands, and corrupted some of their data. Even with modern shielding, a spacecraft within the radiation belts would only survive for around 3 months. So how will NASA's new mission, the Europa Clipper, orbit Europa for over 4 years without getting fried? Well, the solution is it won't. It'll orbit Jupiter from afar and then swoop in every few weeks to quickly fly by Europa and then leave again. And since the mission is going to collect a lot of data, it can use the downtime while it's way out here to transmit it all back to Earth before going in for another swoop. In all, it'll do 49 flybys, mapping almost the entire surface. That's actually how the Clipper got its name, after the fast and nimble 19th century clipper ships, quickly dipping in and out of ports. But of all the places in the solar system to look for life, why Europa? If you stood on Europa's surface, you'd be hit with 5,400 millisieverts of radiation in a single day. That's 1,800 times more than the annual dose here on Earth. If you stay here for a couple hours, you would eventually die from radiation sickness. But Europa contains a secret. When Voyager 1 passed by Jupiter in 1979, it took this photo of Europa. If you compare that to most of the other moons in the solar system, you'll notice something is missing. Craters. Every planet and moon has been bombarded by asteroids over billions of years, and most planetary surfaces show it. But not Europa. So why not? Well, something recent, say over the past 60 million years or so, must have been happening on Europa to erase most of these craters from the surface. 16 years after Voyager, Galileo arrived to Jupiter. It spent 8 years studying both the gas giant and its moons. And Galileo's magnetometer picked up something interesting on Europa. Jupiter's magnetic poles, like Earth's, aren't aligned with its geographic poles. So as the planet rotates every 10 hours, the whole magnetic field wobbles. This changing field from Jupiter induces a magnetic field on Europa, and a relatively strong one at that. That means there must be an electrically conductive layer within Europa that reacts to Jupiter's field, and readings from Galileo indicate that it must be somewhere close to the surface, only tens of kilometers deep. So what kind of conductive layer? Well, Europa's white surface is almost entirely covered in a thick crust of water ice. These reddish-brown regions, when observed through a spectrometer, fit the description of a lot of things, like hydrated salts, sulfuric acid, or even bacteria. We need more data to be sure, but recent experiments at JPL found that sea salt, when bombarded with intense radiation, turns from white to this same brownish color found on Europa. So scientists suspect that there's a whole saltwater ocean inside Europa. It could be 100 kilometers deep, meaning Europa would contain twice as much water as the whole of the Earth. And it must be driving geological activity that constantly smooths out and renews the surface of the moon. But the Jupiter system only gets about 4% of the sunlight we get here on Earth. So Europa's surface is constantly below negative 160 degrees Celsius, so you'd expect the whole ocean to be frozen solid. But there's a way to generate heat that doesn't rely on the sun. And I've got a little demo here to prove it.
Right now, 100 million radiation-blasted
All right, I'm gonna.
After a coal mine.
It was more than just not being able to hear anything or make contact with anyone. It was as though for a time I didn't exist. As though I had no place in the world. No part of the life around me.
And then you saw this man.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I had the strangest feeling last night. The world is so different in the daylight. In the dark, your fantasies get so out of hand.
One often meets his destiny on the road he takes to avoid it. When it is agitated, it becomes difficult to see Memory bank. Execute.
I got the cosplay a size extra big because the last cosplay I got didn't fit, and it's too big, unfortunately. I could still use it, it's just like a little bit big.
Sometimes I can't stop thinking about all the cameras. Step out of my door, security camera. Head down the street, police camera. Movies, camera. Shopping, camera.
Listen closely. Do you hear this sound?
I think it definitely falls in the realm of like auditory uncanny valley.
Didn't feel like.
I'm Dr. Helen Fisher. I'm a biological anthropologist and I study love. I've written 6 books that sell all over the world on romantic love, how it evolved, what happens in the brain, and why you fall in love with one person rather than another.
It's no secret that history repeats itself. And when it comes to the stock market, investors will do whatever mental gymnastics they need to convince themselves that this time it's different. In fact, legendary investor Sir John Templeton, who averaged 15% annual growth for 38 years, called those the 4 most expensive words in the English language. And he's right, because nothing empties a brokerage account faster than blind optimism dressed up as financial genius. Which brings us to Jesse Livermore. Jesse Livermore, who is considered a pioneer of speculative trading in the markets, was the basis for the main character in the best-selling book Reminiscences of a Stock Operator, and is most well known for making his fortunes by shorting markets during crashes. Once said, "There's nothing new in Wall Street. There can't be because speculation is as old as the hills. Whatever happens in the stock market today has happened before and will happen again." And there's a stock market bubble that nobody talks about anymore. It's a bubble that looks disturbingly similar to the current state of the market. I'm not talking about the dot-com bubble of the early 2000s, or the 2008 financial crisis. I'm talking about a bubble you probably have never heard of. It was a bubble that when it popped, the damage was ugly. The market crashed 50%. Many of the world's largest companies...
I unfortunately think the wig color is slightly off too.
Inflation surged from 3 to 11%, and the market didn't fully recover for 8 years. I'm talking about the Nifty 50 bubble of the early 1970s. The story starts in the late 1960s. The United States has just ridden a 20-year economic sugar high following World War II. Factories were booming, suburbs were popping up out of nowhere like acne on a teenager, and Americans thought the country was invincible. Because in the late 60s, people had money, they had confidence, and most importantly, they had blind optimism. And why wouldn't they? The United States had just beaten Germany in World War II, dropped a man on the moon, allegedly, and most importantly, invented the Etch-a-Sketch. Life was good. And in the middle of all this optimism was the stock market. From the end of World War II in 1945 all the way to 1970, the United States stock market had gained over 350%. This unprecedented bull run led to a new strategy in investing becoming popularized. It was known as investing in one-decision stocks. The concept was simple. Invest in companies so powerful and so dominant that you only had one decision to make when it came to investing in them: buy. These stocks became known as the Nifty 50. The Nifty 50 wasn't comprised of penny stocks or emerging tech companies, but it was comprised of blue-chip companies that generated stable cash flows. It was companies like Coca-Cola, American Express, McDonald's, and various other household names. Investors saw these companies as bulletproof, and because of this, the idea of ever selling any of these stocks was considered crazy. Here's the thing about investing. If something sounds like a no-brainer investment with zero downside, it's almost always a financial grenade with the pin already pulled. And that was exactly the case here. By the early 1970s, the Nifty 50 stocks weren't just expensive, they were priced like gravity didn't affect Wall Street. The average
ンジ君はさ、田舎のネズミと都会のネズミ、どっちがいい？
It is. I'm assuming you don't know the character. Her name's Rize. No, I don't buy followers. No, I've never bought followers. The movie's coming out soon. I already watched a cam of it. It already came out in Japan, I think.
私が全部教えてあげる。私が天智くんを幸せにしてあげる。
なんでルゼがそんなこと。
だって私。
I feel like this wig needs to be like more purple. You know what I mean?
Like
it looks way more purple here for sure. I also need contacts. Like even in person, it's like more brown, you know what I mean? Did Denji finally find true love? Oh, I can't talk. I keep stuttering.
Hey, Miss Makima? Do you think I have a heart?
Yes, you do. The name's Reze. I can teach you everything. Let me teach you.
I might fall for this girl. Bomb is coming. She's... Everybody's after my chainsaw heart! What about my heart? Genji's heart? Does nobody want that?
Boom.
Bruh. Bruh. Who wants to go see it? I want to go see it. See what I mean though? The shirt is way too big. Is that tied right? Well, this one was super cheap, so maybe I'll just order like the right size. I just sized up because usually they're way too small. But it was actually fairly cheap.
しないけど遠くから見たらあなた幸せそうねでも見たくて見たくて全部知ってるからあなたは言った消耗品さだけど私はまだ考えてるわいつかまたこうやって踊ってやってくれないか新規をまとった少年少女さあ話して Yes な感情誰も何者でもないもの信用しれば最後になるならさ舌が乾くまで話そうぜそして僕ら偽になっています確かな笑みを浮かべては誰も知らなかった物語を今君に話すから複雑な精神と測り得ない底なしの愛憎感汚れた万物の色あせない命の不完全消化受け取られそうだったよどみのないまっすぐな眼光が一人をなしていた思い出せ隠した感情さえでも気まぐれな相槌など交わす言葉もないけどこの身が焼けても守るものを知って思いも声も言葉もなくした感情さえも巡って巡って正気つないで期待後悔を重ねたつがいないように縛り合って君だけ思い焦がれては恋願うように空を切って許しを待っていた記憶のない化けをまとってるようだった生まれな縁が天部の際諸行無常全能感胸が躍るようだ君のために死ねると言いたいな定めを一点にもう迷わない呪いに揺られした血をその訳を知らずとも流す涙があるなら祈りが届かずとも手を伸ばして捨てたいもんは溢れた隠した思い出さえも巡って巡ってこう極まっていけ黒い線空が散る音未来永劫な正体も叩いてもいいというのならそんな悲しい顔をしないで思いも声も言葉もなくした感情さえも期待後悔を重ねたつがいのように縛り合って君だけ思い焦がれては恋願うように空を切って思いも声も言葉もなくした感情さえも巡って巡って正気つないで期待後悔を重ねたつがいのように縛り合って今までと見ないもの捨ては微笑む感情が鳴る音君だけ思い きた日々も問うた夢は安泰な暮らしだが刺激不足上にダラダラ照らすは闇もだの歩き慣れていた道はどこだ時はたまにじゃったがぬくもりに包まれたら本音があったシルベの方へ思い出すは優しいメロディー永遠はないなどないなどよそれもまたいいなと笑ってみる輝けたいつかは光も絶え僕らは命の火が消えるその日まで歩いてゆけところでなぜ僕らは思考を急にやめているんだ夢は安泰な暮らしだが知識不足はにハラハラ食せる闇をすがにすがりついたまま朽ちてくんだここはゴーダの中だが傷跡がひりつきたら水面があった光の方へ手を取るは新しいメモリー夜空が分かつシルベの方へ遮るは堅苦しいセオリー永遠はないだとないだとよやっぱ苦しいなどないでみる風船もいつかはしぼむが割れる僕らは命の泉を守り続けて繋いでゆけ学びきれずに卒業伝えきれずに実践遊びきれずに決別のさえ地獄じゃあるまいして音が出る玩具も痛みを飛ばすものも全部僕にとっての宝物永遠はないだとないだという僕らは命の火が消えるその日まで歩いてゆけ
The amount of freedom that is available to
doesn't really have eyeshadow that I can see in the picture, but what color should I do? Oh my god, thank you for the gifted subs! Oh my god, thank you so much! Look at that! Kella! What's not on Twitch? Oh, the chat. Are you modded on Kick, Kellogg? I get the most bot messages on Kick.
Set my heart afire. With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
to the hype train. Ooh, I got a cute little froggy emote. Nice.
Set my heart on fire.
Hi, sweetest pineapple. How are you?
Chance to say I'm sorry, and I can't believe I lied. Say you need me one night, one more chance to say I'm sorry, and I can't believe I lied. Say you need me with a white flag. I surrender, I surrender, I surrender.
Thank you, Gigi. To say I'm sorry, and I can't believe I lied. Say you need me. Every time I close my eyes, I see a vision of you standing there. Even when we're miles apart, I feel you dancing at my feet. I can't seem to breathe without you close. I need to know that you are here. Wrap my arms around you, dancing to the rhythm, your heartbeat. Deep into the night we stay. Blinded by the lights we sway. Blood coming from the heat.
into the night we stay. Blinded by the lights we sway. Blood pumping from the heat. Seeing a kaleidoscope of us in color. Kaleidoscopes are turning in me. Kaleidoscopes are turning in me. Since we fell through, I dream of you. Breathe deep in the feelings I hold on to. I can't let loose. I pray my heart out in the cold and the dark, but nobody hear me cry. Lights from the front, your heart's trying to lose my fucking mind. How do you even live, knowing we're through, that we'll not do? If I can't have my freedom, neither should you. You're not immune, so why am I out in the cold and the dirt? Well, you're probably doing fine. Black from the front, it's worse, knowing you'll never be mine. Softly, your nose turns me with her eyes, burning my own deceptions. I will never change.
Nice. Cool, cool.
I'm clearing out my space, I'm dropping my fake friends. I swear to God, I'm never gonna do that shit again. Never going back, never going back. Yeah, I live in the present, I don't live in the past.
Okay, how does it look?